Chapter 54:16. The lotus formed by 10 types of terrifying flames enveloped Lin Xian, letting out a terrifying roar. Everyone was stunned at this moment. They saw a figure madly attacking in the flames. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body was pushed to the extreme, but the lotus formed by 10 types of flames was really terrifying. Even his divine body was injured at this moment. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood emerged. God, Lin Wuti couldn't resist. Was he going to be defeated? Everyone exclaimed. Morong Qingcheng and the others were nervous again. Zhong Lingxiu, on the other hand, had a confident smile on his face. He was very confident in these 10 types of flames. Lin Xian's face was solemn. The 9 yang divine body swept in all directions as he walked in the flames. Although his body was broken, he was still not afraid of these flames, which could temper his body. However, he knew that there was not much time and opportunity now. He had to break the other party's magic. If the 9 yang divine body was not enough, then he would add another magic. Lin Xian used the magic of the Great Earth Emperor, the demon god armor. This was a unique skill in the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. The demonic chi on his body condensed into a black armor covering his body. With this armor and the power of his body, his defense was much stronger than before. The 10 types of flames were blocked outside of his body. At the same time, Lin Xian swept his hands and drew a sword aura, splitting the entire sea of flames. He walked out with a strong force. Everyone was shocked. Did he block it? The born Taoism aptitude was also surprised. They did not expect that the 10 types of flames could not do anything to the other party. Lin Xian was extremely strong. He looked forward. Next, you will have a taste of my attack. He drew a yin-yang image and threw it forward. The yin-yang sword aura turned into 2. The yin-yang dragons circled each other with endless power. At the same time, Lin Xian attacked again. He used the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. The terrifying sword technique carried with it a monstrous demonic chi. It swept across the world like a divine light from outer space. An invincible power was unleashed by him. Zhong Xinxiu's expression was solemn. Previously, this power defeated Chao Tiansheng, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Boom, 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 she then unleashed other great Daos to contend with him, and the two of them fought from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 500 moves had passed. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the heavens battle diagram flew out, once again exploding with terrifying power. He forced Zhong Lingxiu out. Zhong Lingxiu frowned. She had felt the power of the firmament battle diagram before. It was terrifying. Now that she was facing it herself, it was truly terrifying. Her expression was solemn as she said in a deep voice, "Take my strongest great Tao. The Tao can be Tao." With a furious roar, the great Daos on his body began to intertwine, forming a mysterious rune in front of him. It was like a heavenly talisman. The aura on it was too terrifying. This was the Tao that could be Tao. It flew forward. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He exerted the firmament battle map to the extreme and slashed forward. This war map was like a divine sword. He slashed out. The power of the war map exploded completely and collided with Dao Ku Dao. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. Everyone was terrified. If they came into contact with a trace of this power, their bodies would be shattered, not to mention completely resisting it. Boom. In the end, the firmament battle map was more terrifying. It blasted Dao Ku Dao away. The born Taoism aptitude also retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. She did not attack again. Instead, she said, "You have won this battle. Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Lin Wuti had defeated 3 top experts in a row. Was he going to become the champion? At this moment, countless people exclaimed. The people of the Divine Union stood up excitedly. the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, and the Purple Mansion had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, they were unwilling to accept this. The people of Mount Eternal were also filled with murderous intent. Were they going to let Lin Wuti become the champion? At this moment, Yao Guang stood up and shouted angrily, "No, I haven't lost yet." What? Yao Guang was going to attack? The people of the Divine Union sneered. Impossible. He had no chance. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. He had already lost to Lin Xian. Did he still want to fight? A loser. Lin Xian also looked disdainfully at his opponent and sneered disdainfully. You're just a loser. You're no match for me." Yao Guang was furious. "How dare you look down on me?" He took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded. Chao Tianxing walked out and said, "You want to fight? Sure, let Lin Xian rest. Wait until he recovers." Zhong Lingxiu also walked out and said, "Defeat me first. I'll go first. You just finished your battle. You two should rest first." Chao Tianxing walked out and looked at Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu. Then he turned to Yao Guang and said, "Defeat me, and you'll have the right to continue." "Defeat you? Good. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you with your extreme speed?" Yao Guang sneered. At this moment, he was full of confidence. This was because he had just devoured the power of the remaining spirit body. At this moment, his physique had become extremely terrifying. He could already display the true chaotic body. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Lin Xian again. Previously, he was defeated by Lin Xian, but now that he had a spirit body, he was absolutely not afraid of his opponent. He wanted to turn defeat into victory. Lin Xian said, "I'll leave it to you." He had fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he did not think that Yao Guang could defeat Chao Tianxing. However, he still prepared to recover his strength first. On the other side, Zhong Lingxiu also sat down cross-legged. The two of them were recovering. The others were excited. Were there going to be another battle? Was this Yao Guang qualified to challenge Lin Xian? He had to defeat Chao Tianxing. He also had the Born Dao aptitude. Otherwise, he really was not qualified. "Show me your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me," Chao Tianxing said. He just stood there, unmoved. However, there was probably no attack that could hurt him. Yao Guang's face was cold. A terrifying chaotic aura erupted from his body. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Feeling this aura, Chao Tianxing frowned. The others were also in an uproar. "What's going on?" "I feel that Yao Guang's physique is different. His chaotic aura has become stronger than before." In the midst of cultivation, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He glanced ahead. His brows were tightly knitted. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and sped up his recovery. The corners of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. Then he slapped out with his palm. The chaotic palm covered the sky and the earth, directly attacking in front of him. Chao Tianxing stood there without moving, but it was just an afterimage. He dodged with extreme speed. However, it was not over. After the palm landed, the void suddenly split open as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. A force enveloped Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing's pupils shrank. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. However, his expression also changed. This force was the power to split the sky and the earth. The power to split the heavens and earth was simply too terrifying. The Emperor clan members also frowned after seeing this. Could it be that he had already obtained the primal chaos physique? This light-shaking realm cultivator was simply too terrifying. It wasn't him that was terrifying, but the demonic heaven-devouring art. After all, that person had relied on this demonic art to devour all the experts in the world and become a great emperor. After becoming a great emperor, he had modified this demonic art even more. How could it not be terrifying? From then on, The demonic heaven-devouring art had become a taboo cultivation technique. Anyone who cultivated it would be hunted down by everyone. It was just that this light-shaking realm cultivator was too good at pretending to be weak and fooled everyone. When he appeared again, he had already grown up. It would be difficult to kill him again. Now, there was probably no one who was his match. At this moment, in the Fire Qilin cave, the Kunpeng race members also frowned, because their emperor's son was also in danger. The others felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The demonic heaven-devouring art could devour the world. This person was an enemy of the world. It wasn't surprising that the light-shaking realm cultivator had become so powerful. Chao Tiansheng also frowned. Had the primal chaos physique been broken? He coldly barked, "Light mirror." 12 mirrors appeared around him. They were condensed from light and were extremely terrifying. Chao Tiansheng's figure appeared on each mirror. Then the 12 mirrors exploded with attacks that killed the light-shaking realm cultivator. The light-shaking realm cultivator laughed coldly. "It's useless. I've already obtained the primal chaos physique. I have the power to split the heavens and earth." As he spoke, he waved his hands. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were sweeping through the air, creating waves of thunder. Instantly, cracks appeared on the 12 mirrors. Too powerful. Chao Tiansheng frowned, and his expression became incomparably ugly. The other party seemed to have really obtained the primal chaos physique. At this moment, the light-shaking realm cultivator's body was filled with a primal chaos aura. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. His every move contained the power to split the heavens and earth. He was really too powerful. No matter how fast you are, you can't leave this world. But I can affect this world. What do you have to fight me with? This world, I can completely split it open. A confident voice sounded. The extreme grade weapon watching in the sky also frowned. It had actually become a new primal chaos physique. The Aquarius of life found it unbelievable. The annihilation spear. That person back then shouldn't have created such a cultivation art. It was too despicable. The black tortoise shook his head. Although that person was no longer here, that person's weapon was left behind. Be careful of that weapon. When the time comes, it will come to you for revenge. Hearing this, the annihilating battle spear was stunned. Then he snorted coldly. He didn't do anything, but his face turned gloomier. It was obvious how powerful that person was back then. He had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but no one dared to say anything bad about him. Light-shaking realm cultivators were simply too powerful. Their attacks were unstoppable. Chao Tiansheng's attacks seemed to be unable to injure his opponent. He unleashed millions of punches, but they were all blocked by the light-shaking realm cultivators. Yao Guang summoned a primal chaos stone tablet to block the trillion punch. At the same time, a heaven-splitting axe appeared in his hands. Chop. Not good. The power of this attack was really too strong. The primal chaos body was one of the top 10 strongest physiques in the universe. It was absolutely terrifying. As for the light-shaking realm, it was even more terrifying than Hun Tian. This was because not only did it possess the chaotic body, it had also devoured many other experts. His strength had already far surpassed Hun Tian's. Therefore, this attack was really too powerful. Chao Tiansheng used light shadow to resist, but he was still forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The heaven-splitting axe was really powerful. Chao Tiansheng wasn't a match for it. The others also exclaimed. Light-shaking realm sneered, holding the heaven-splitting axe in his hand. He said, "You're not my match at all." He was really too happy. Now, he had completely obtained the primal chaos body. His strength had more than doubled. So what if it was Lin Wudi? He could definitely trample him under his feet. He looked at Lin Xian again. However, at this moment, the born Tao aptitude walked out and said, "You haven't defeated me yet. You can only find him after you defeat me." She leaped into the air and charged over. 10 types of flames condensed into a flaming lotus and charged forward. Primal Chaos Fist, light-shaking realm punched out with his left hand. Endless Primal Chaos Chi carried a terrifying pressure. Like a Primal Chaos dragon, it rolled and smashed the flaming lotus. Zhong Lingxiu's arm went numb. Damn it, her strength hadn't fully recovered. Therefore, at this moment, she was suppressed. No, she had to buy some time for Lin Xian, because she knew that even at her peak, it would be difficult for her to defeat him. Therefore, she could only rely on Lin Xian next. She took a deep breath and waved her palm. The 5 elements world flew out and circled around to interfere. He wanted to trap the other party. The 5 elements' power in the 5 elements world was very terrifying. It bombarded Light Shaking Realm's body as if it wanted to kill him. The Primal Chaos Chi on Light Shaking Realm's body formed 9 Primal Chaos heavenly tablets that suppressed everything. At the same time, he sneered. A mere world of laws wasn't a real world. I can even split a real world, let alone your world of laws. Break. As he said that, he held the heaven-splitting axe with both hands and swung it down. The water world in the 5 elements world was instantly broken, and he charged out. Another 2 axes fell, and the 5 elements world was completely shattered. Zhong Lingxiu retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became incomparably pale. The other party had broken her 5 elements world so quickly. This heaven-splitting axe was too terrifying. There were also people from the Handan tribe who came to watch the battle. At this moment, they were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought that their Handan physique had been resurrected. However, when they came to their senses, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed the Handan physique, but not Handan physique. It had become the light-shaking realm. Damn it! If their highness had grown until now, he should have such power. It's impossible for us to kill him. We can only wait for the ancestor to return. Their ancestor was a quasi-emperor after he returned. So what if this light-shaking realm was strong? However, their ancestor was fighting with another sword immortal and hadn't returned for a long time. They didn't know where the 2 quasi-emperors had gone. It wasn't just the Handan tribe. At this moment, the emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were watching the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. The light-shaking realm was too strong. It even felt like it was undefeatable. Zhong Lingxiu attacked again. Tao perceivable. Terrifying runes merged with endless great Tao and bloomed between heaven and earth. Yao Guang also shouted angrily, "Suppress!" His figure also grew infinitely taller, like a giant who could split heaven and earth. The bloodline axe in his hand fell, and Tao perceivable dimmed. In the next moment, Zhong Lingxiu was sent flying. She knew that she had lost. As for the light-shaking realm, an extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. "Lin Wuti, I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Chapter 54:18. Yao Guang won again. It was too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. Yao Guang had been beaten up by Lin Xian. Everyone thought that Yao Guang had lost and had no chance to turn the tables. But now, Yao Guang had evolved into a true primal chaos physique and defeated Chao Tianxing and Zhong Lingxiu. Yao Guang and Lin Xian had swept through the 8 desolations. Now, Yao Guang only needed to defeat Lin Xian. That would be enough to prove that he was the champion. Could Yao Guang, who had broken through, defeat Lin Xian? Everyone was looking forward to it. The people from the Divine Union frowned. A true primal chaos physique, coupled with Yao Guang's divine ability, was terrifying to the extreme. The people from the Z government laughed. That was great, they finally saw hope. Just like that, Yao Guang had trampled Lin Wuti under his feet. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. He stood up. I didn't expect you to be able to break through and evolve into a new primal chaos physique. This is beyond my expectations. But since I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. So, are you ready to die? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shocking everyone. Yao Guang had already evolved into a primal chaos physique, but Lin Wuti was still so confident. Was this the belief of being invincible? Yao Guang snorted. You're overconfident. My physique has already surpassed your 9 Yang divine physique. Also, I have other divine abilities, so you're no match for me. Let me show you what it means to split the heavens and earth. Yao Guang's figure flashed and charged forward. He used the primal chaos divine fist, which shattered the heavens and earth. It was as if he could turn the universe upside down. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had to admit that Yao Guang was really strong. But he was also terrifying. Not only did he have divine fire, but he also had terrifying demonic qi. The demon god's fist turned into a black mountain that surged forward. The two collided, shaking the heavens and earth. Lin Xian was actually pushed back. His blood boiled. He could feel that Yao Guang's primal chaos physique was much more terrifying than Han Tian's. How about it? Lin Wuti, do you see it? You're no match for me now. I want you to kneel. Yao Guang laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent as he walked over. Lin Wuti was injured. It was unbelievable. The spectators were shocked to see this. Chao Tiansheng and his born Taoism aptitude were also frowning. Lin Xian coldly snorted. I lost? You think too much. I was able to kill Han Tian before, and now I can kill you again. The chaotic body is nothing in front of me. He burst out with an extremely terrifying light and rushed out. He displayed an unstoppable power and instantly killed his way out. Yao Guang howled angrily as he unleashed another primal chaos divine fist. But this time, he was sent flying. The bones in both of his hands were broken, and he was coughing up blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. Lin Wuti's power was too strong. His invincible power was enough to sweep through everything. Damn it! Look at my power to split the heavens and earth. Light-shaking realms' shattered body healed, and he once again charged over. The two peerless powers clashed in the air, each strike causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. The two collided, and they were evenly matched. They were too strong. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. After he broke through to the chaotic body, he still couldn't kill the other party. Damn it, I don't believe it. Behind him, countless black vortexes appeared, and terrifying divine abilities rushed out one after another. There was the Gu family's void divine ability, the Yi family's immortal king divine ability, and the Golden Crow clan's flame divine ability, the Destiny clan's twin divine ability. All kinds of divine abilities appeared one after another, and they all charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and used his body to sweep in all directions. At the same time, he used the Great Emperor's inheritance to the extreme. Demon God Fist, Demon God Seal, Demon God Finger, Demon Overture. All kinds of Great Emperor's secret techniques also flew out. A reincarnation eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly path of reincarnation and the heavenly hand descended from the sky. In the reincarnation tunnel, a shield appeared under the ground to defend. The two fought, and divine abilities were released layer after layer, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, you are still suppressed by me. Indeed, the divine abilities he used were too powerful, and they formed their own style. Although Yao Guang was terrifying, he had devoured different divine abilities. It was not so easy to combine them. As they fought, Yao Guang was forced back again. One of his arms was cut off, and a crack appeared on his body. Damn it! Creation of heaven and earth, bloodline divine axe, His soul burst out completely. His hands gathered together, and a heaven-splitting axe appeared. He slashed forward. A large pitch-black crack appeared on the extreme Tao world. This strike was capable of shattering everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took out the heavens battle map. The terrifying aura turned into a power that could shock the heavens and the earth as it charged towards the destruction divine axe. The two collided again. The heavens battle map rotated, and the battle intent inside erupted, blocking the power of creation of heaven and earth. He sneered, "It's useless. Your axe is useless against me." At the same time, a figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was a demonic shadow. As soon as he appeared, he had a domineering aura that swept in all directions. At this time, the extreme path world also shook violently, as if it wanted to suppress this demonic shadow. The demonic shadow roared at the sky, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. After a strike, he disappeared. This strike pierced through Yao Guang's body. The light-shaking realm cultivators had been smashed to pieces. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He was suppressed by the extreme path world. He was shocked. This demonic shadow already had Emperor's might. It was too unbelievable. The three extreme path weapons in the sky were also surprised. Was that the Demon Emperor? This kid summoned the Demon Emperor's phantom. Could it be that he cultivated the illusion demon scripture? The destruction battle spear gasped and frowned. How could it be this kind of cultivation technique? This kid had too many secrets. They could not see through him. Gossip also shook his head slightly. However, even if it was the illusion demon scripture, it could not appear in the extreme path world. He got it. Our suppression. Indeed, Lin Xian clearly felt that it would be difficult to condense the demonic shadow again. This extreme path world was really terrifying. However, even if he did not condense the demonic shadow, he was confident that he could win this battle. A biting cold light burst out from his eyes as he stared ahead. In front of him, Yao Guang's expression became incomparably ugly. His soul body had been shattered. The others were also surprised. Did Yao Guang still have a trump card? He should not have. He had used many divine abilities, but he could not do anything to Lin Wudi. There was no other way. Lin Xian had mastered too many divine abilities. The great emperor's divine abilities, the reincarnation eye, the divine physique, and the terrifying heavens battle diagram. Each of them was a top-tier divine ability. Yao Guang was completely suppressed. Who would have thought that the demonic heaven-devouring art would be suppressed one day? The great emperor back then probably would not have believed it. Chapter 54:19. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no hope for Yao Guang. The people from the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth. Damn it. Were they still at a disadvantage? This Lin Wudi was actually so powerful. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What other trump cards do you have? If not, then you have lost this battle. He walked forward. Lost? No, I can't lose. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. He must win the championship, obtain the great emperor's treasure. That way, no one would be his opponent after he obtained it. And now, in the extreme Tao world, Lin Xian couldn't use the extreme Tao weapon. He couldn't summon the great dragon sword spirit either. This was his best chance. Once he went out, he wouldn't have the chance to kill his opponent. But now, it gave him a headache because he couldn't defeat his opponent. In his mind, Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor Foundation's face was gloomy. He wanted to seize Lin Xian's body before, but now it seemed that the chance was getting slimmer and slimmer. At this time, Yao Guang transmitted his voice. Ninth Firmament, give me a bit of your soul. Let me swallow it, and I'll increase my strength to suppress him. After we go out, I'll definitely help you seize his soul. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor was stunned. What did you say? You want to swallow me? He was about to panic. Yao Guang said, "I'll only swallow a bit of your soul, not all of it. If you want to repay, you have to give something. Otherwise, I can only settle for second place. Besides, even if I win the championship, the great emperor's treasure will be shared between the two of us. Don't you want to do anything?" Yao Guang was also anxious now because he felt that he really didn't have much choice. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face was gloomy. Yao Guang said, "Don't think too much. He's coming over. I don't have a chance. Fine, I'll believe you this time." For the treasure left behind by the great emperor, he was going all out. He was originally a remnant soul, but now he had to give a bit of it to Yao Guang. He cut off a part of himself and threw it out. A black vortex appeared in Yao Guang's mind and swallowed his opponent in an instant. Lin Xian had already walked over. He held the heavens battle map in his hand, ready to kill his opponent. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the battle was over. The people of the Z government were also in despair. Was there no hope left for them? However, at this moment, Yao Guang opened his eyes. Frightening stars flickered in his eyes, and the 9 heavens formed behind him. He directly swept through the entire area. Lin Xian was pushed back by this force. His blood and qi roiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people were also shocked. What was going on? Why do I feel like the aura of a light-shaking realm cultivator has changed again? Heavens, could it be that he was hiding his strength? Impossible. Some people shook their heads frantically. Given a light-shaking realm cultivator style, there was no way that they would hide for so long. In other words, his strength had instantly erupted again. Damn it, how did he do it? The people from the Divine Union were also going crazy. The Crimson Dragon, Yan Ruyu, and Murong Qingcheng all became nervous again. Lin Xian was actually injured. What was that aura just now? Up in the sky, Big Brother Annihilation frowned. This aura? Lin Xian's expression also changed. This aura was somewhat familiar to him. He seemed to have seen it before, and he carefully thought about it. At this moment, Yao Guang sneered. "You want to kill me? Do you think that's possible?" The chaotic aura on his body condensed again. Chaotic body, splitting heaven and earth. The void under his feet collapsed, and the illusion of the 9 heavens appeared behind him. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. Once these two forces were unleashed, they were truly too powerful. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to check carefully, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this the power of the 9 heavens quasi-emperor? How could he use it? It shouldn't be. The 9 heavens quasi-emperor was a quasi-emperor, and he would be greatly suppressed here. One had to know that he couldn't even summon a demonic shadow, unless there was another situation. Yao Guang had swallowed the 9 heavens quasi-emperor. Thinking of this possibility, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Swallowing a quasi-emperor? How terrifying was this strength? Boom! A violent rumbling sound was heard as the 9 heavens pressed down on him. Lin Xian used the heavens battle diagram to resist, but he was still pushed back, and his blood and qi roiled. At this moment, the Yao Guang attacked again, splitting heaven and earth. The bloodline divine axe resisted the heavens battle diagram. The 9 heavens pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the 6 realms to reincarnation, and 6 illusory realms resisted. But in an instant, the power of the 9 heavens was shattered. It was too powerful. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Although the Yao Guang had swallowed a little, its power was still unparalleled. Not good. Brother Xian is in danger. Murong Qingcheng's face turned pale. Yan Riyu's pupils shrank. Why did this feel like the quasi-emperor she saw in the Yuhua immortal dynasty? The Yao Guang's methods were too terrifying. The situation was reversed, and Lin Xian was suppressed again. Even Chao Tiansheng and the Born Dao Aptitude were surprised. They had never seen such power when they fought with the Yao Guang before. The 9 heavens broke the 6 realms of reincarnation and suppressed the yin-yang diagram. It even suppressed Lin Xian's physique. The Yao Guang sneered. He blocked the bloodline divine axe and the heavens battle diagram. Then he walked over. He stretched out his finger, and the power of the void appeared on it. Lin Xian, do you know how powerful I am now? Can you still compete with me now? Kneel at my feet obediently. You will never be a match for me. The 9 heavens continued to crush, and stars flickered above. That was the power of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine physique was shattered. He roared at the sky, and demonic qi swept out, as if he had turned into a demon god. However, it seemed that he could not break through the 9 heavens. Damn it, the power of a quasi-emperor. It was so powerful. Previously, the Yao Guang had swallowed the chaos physique, so Lin Xian was not afraid at all, because he had defeated the chaos physique before. But this time, the Yao Guang had swallowed the power of a quasi-emperor. Although it was only a little, it had completely surpassed the power of the Saint Realm. Lin Xian had met the 9 heavens quasi-emperor before. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, he had used the corpse of a quasi-emperor to resist. But now he could not use this method here. Damn it, could it be that he was going to lose? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he could not help but use the sword world. If he really could not, he would activate the sword world at all costs. However, this was a threat to Lin Xian. Firstly, there were extreme weapons in the sky. The Hellfire Dragon had said that it was best not to let extreme weapons discover this world. Moreover, Yao Guang might have the 9 heavens quasi-emperor by her side. If a quasi-emperor entered the sword world, he would not be able to investigate the situation. Therefore, Lin Xian roared at the sky. He did not activate the sword world. He was prepared to use his own power to shatter the 9 heavens. The sword intent on his body continued to erupt. It was as if it was going to break through the sky. Yao Guang sneered. It's useless, Lin Wudi, stop resisting. Because you can't escape at all. This is a supreme power that you can't resist. Chapter 54:20. Yao Guang was overjoyed. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? He had only swallowed a little and was already so powerful. 9 firmament quasi-emperor also smiled. Although he had hurt his foundation this time, he felt that it was worth it for the emperor's treasure and to possess Lin Xian. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They all felt sad for Lin Xian. They didn't expect him to lose at the last moment. I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes shone with a shocking light. Haven't lost? Stupid thing. Recognize reality. Yao Guang snorted coldly. I won't lose until the last moment. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became more and more terrifying. I haven't tasted defeat since I started fighting. I'm invincible. I'm an invincible great saint. Lin Xian roared into the sky. Boom, boom. The sword energy in his body rumbled. Lin Xian also let out a series of dragon roars. It's useless. Yao Guang sneered. You can't use it here. You're greatly suppressed, so you can die now. He didn't plan to give his opponent any more chances. He formed a seal with both hands, and the 9 heavens suddenly exploded. The stars in the heavens shone, as if they could crush everything. The bones in Lin Xian's body crackled. He had suffered a huge impact. He roared into the sky. Invincible. I'm a dragon. When he fought against Chao Tiansheng, he used that invincible power. Now he finally used it again, and it was even stronger. Lin Xian turned into a weapon last time. He became one with the sword like a peerless divine, sword that tore through everything. It was broken, but it couldn't be broken. This time, he turned into a dragon. His 9 yang divine body changed. He turned into a dragon. Dragon scales grew on Lin Xian's body. His limbs turned into dragon claws. and a tail grew on his back. With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a true dragon. Roar! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were stunned. Damn it, how could he turn into a dragon? What right does he have to become one of our noble dragons? They roared crazily in disbelief. The Crimson Dragon also jumped out. A true dragon. Heavens, he had really become a dragon. He was too excited. The others were even more dumbfounded. They realized that this was not an illusion. Lin Xian seemed to have really turned into a divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. What kind of divine ability was this? Even Yao Guang was stunned. He didn't dare to believe it, but he quickly let out a cold harumph. No matter what divine ability you have, you won't be able to escape. Be suppressed. The 9 heavens descended, suppressing everything. However, a wave of the dragon claw tore one of the heavens apart. Lin Xian faced the sky and roared. The divine dragon swung its tail like a divine sword and pierced through another layer of the sky. The 9 heavens shook violently as if it would shatter at any moment. What terrifying power! Countless people were shocked. The pupils of those imperial clan elders all shrank fiercely. Chao Tiansheng and the born Taoism aptitude were even more shocked. Yao Guang exclaimed. This was impossible. He knew how terrifying the power of the 9 heavens was. Now it was easily torn apart. What was this? The apex weapon in the sky was also stunned. The Aquarius of Life exclaimed. Did he transform into a dragon? The destructive spear was also surprised. Could it be that he had become a divine dragon? The black tortoise shook his head. The 8 trigrams appeared behind him and slowly rotated. The mysteries of heaven are unpredictable. The aura on his body is very mysterious. However, this should be a method for him to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Without using the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could use the invincible power to the greatest extent. This little guy is not ordinary. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. After Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon, he swept through the 9 heavens and tore it apart. Yao Guang spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was pale and his eyes were blank. I don't believe it. In his mind, the Quasi-Emperor Zhou Xiao was also shocked. Damn it, I have to avoid him. He's too strange. You want me to escape? Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of him? Yao Guang roared crazily. He had swallowed so many experts, and even a part of the Quasi-Emperor's soul. Now, he wanted to escape? He couldn't stand it. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the terrifying bloodline axe. With his other hand, he condensed the 9 heavens phantom again. The 2 charged over. Lin Xian roared, and the divine dragon swept through the 8 trigrams. At the same time, the heavens battle map in the sky turned into a page of the heavenly book and crazily slashed out. Even the 9 heavens were split open. Lin Xian charged toward the bloodline axe. The dragon claw gripped the bloodline battle axe, and cracks appeared on it. Then the dragon tail slammed into Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang's body instantly split open. He screamed. A pair of dragon claws grabbed at his soul. A light appeared in his soul, and at the same time, a shrill voice sounded. Crush the jade pendant. I can't accept this. Yao Guang went crazy. A terrifying vortex appeared in his soul. He wanted to swallow Lin Xian directly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword Qi pierced through and hit the vortex, causing it to shake nonstop. Your demonic heaven-devouring technique wants to swallow me? Ridiculous. Stupid. The giant dragon rolled and crushed the black vortex. Yao Guang's broken body turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, the 9 heavens Quasi-Emperor couldn't take it anymore. He used a wisp of his power to crush the jade pendant. Yao Guang turned into white light and disappeared. The terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the sky, only Lin Xian's figure was left. he turned into the only one. Did Yao Guang lose? The spectators were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Even the terrifying Yao Guang was defeated. Damn it! The people from the Purple Mansion felt their vision darken. They were about to faint. Their best chance was gone. The people from Mount Eternal had cold expressions. The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Golden Crow tribe were gnashing their teeth. Their great enemy, Lin Xian, had won the championship? They couldn't accept it. The people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Had he won? Had Boss Lin won? Ha ha ha! That's great. Some of the older generation exclaimed. He was indeed worthy of being called the invincible great sage. Lin Wuti was too strong. At this moment, countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. They sighed, envied, gnashed their teeth, and hated him. There were all kinds of emotions. However, none of this affected Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a dragon stepping on the wind and clouds. One of his eyes turned into the cycle of reincarnation, looking down on the world. Who else wants to fight with me? A loud voice rang out. The world was silent. No one dared to fight. Then, who doesn't agree that I'm the champion of this dragon transformation battle? No one disagreed because all the opponents had been defeated by Lin Xian. No one was his match. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared. In the next moment, he turned into his human form. His face was extremely pale. There wasn't much energy left in his body. Transforming into a dragon this time had consumed most of his energy. However, the effect was very good. He had defeated Yao Guang and won the championship. He stood there, accepting the worship of countless people. Chapter 54:21. Lin Xian defeated all the experts and became number one. He stood there and made countless people look up to him. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The three extreme weapons in the sky also flew down. Black Tortoise announced loudly. Since no one dared to fight again, Lin Xian would be number one in this year's Dragon Transformation Battle. The announcement of the extreme weapons shocked countless people. Next were the top 10 rankings. Yao Guangjing lost to Lin Xian, so he was ranked second. As for the third and fourth, Chao Tianxing and Zhong Lingxiu with the Born Taoism aptitude would fight again. It was also a shocking battle. In the end, Chao Tianxing won and became number 3. Zhong Lingxiu was ranked 4th. 5th was Murong Qingsheng, the number 1 emissary of Mount Eternal, who was only ranked 6th. This made his face frighteningly dark. The people of Mount Eternal outside were also gnashing their teeth. Damn Lin Wuti. All of this was because of him. If it wasn't for him, the championship would have been theirs. 7th was the dog-headed Taoist. 8th was Showing. 9th was Burning Incense. Black Rising. 10th. At this point, the top 10 rankings were all out. These 10 people, their names would be engraved on the Divine Monument, making countless people want to go there. Inheritance for tens of thousands of years. Not only that, the top 10 would all receive rewards. As for what the rewards were, they were all looking forward to it. Lin Xian was even more enviable, because Lin Xian would receive the treasure left behind by the great emperor. What was it? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A touch of passion appeared in his eyes. What was the great emperor's treasure? Although he had the great emperor's ancient scripture, he didn't mind having another one. The array in the sky flickered. Black Tortoise waved his hand, and the array disappeared. The people outside sighed. They could no longer see the situation inside the extreme Dao Valley. Inside the extreme Dao Valley, 10 people stood there. Black Tortoise waved his hand again, and a heavenly diagram appeared in the sky. The extreme Dao heavenly diagram. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the extreme Dao Valley boiled. He said, "The 9 of you can cultivate here and absorb the power of heaven and earth. It can increase your cultivation. Comprehending the extreme Tao heavenly diagram can strengthen your great Tao. You only have 10 days to cultivate here. Make good use of it. What terrifying power! Xiaoying and the others were shocked. Their eyes were red. Although it was only 10 days, their strength would be able to reach a new height. Burning incense, and the others quickly sat down. Murong Qingcheng also took a deep breath. She looked at Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian should have a better opportunity. As expected, the 10th emissary was gnashing his teeth in anger. Yao Guang also stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Black Tortoise looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, come with us." As he spoke, an 8 trigrams diagram directly enveloped Lin Xian and then disappeared. "Damn it!" the first emissary roared, wishing he could shatter the heavens. However, it was useless. The light-shaking realm cultivators were also grinding their teeth. "Damn it, I have to break through again. My strength is still not enough." He turned his head and stared at the people around him. They were all super geniuses. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. The Born Tao aptitude snorted coldly. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise you will die miserably." With the Born Tao aptitude, she could feel the extreme aura around her. If anyone dared to make a move, they would be immediately suppressed. Therefore, she was not worried that the light-shaking realm cultivators would make a move. In Yao Guang's mind, the 9 firmaments quasi-emperor also said, "Don't be rash. If you lose this time, you can find another chance in the future." Yao Guang was not satisfied. She asked, "What do you think the Earth Emperor left behind?" The 9 firmaments quasi-emperor sighed. He was not sure. Not only Yao Guang, but even Chao Tian, Sheng Zhongling Xiu, and the others were curious. What exactly did the emperor leave behind? After Lin Xian was enveloped by the 8 trigrams diagram, he flew to an unknown place. When he stopped, he found that the surroundings were vast and misty. There was an extreme Tao door in front of him, emitting a mysterious aura. He looked at the 3 extreme Tao weapons. Should he go in? The Aquarius of Life smiled. "Young man, congratulations. You have become the champion of the Dragon Transformation Battle. You will obtain the treasure left behind by the Emperor." Lin Xian also took a deep breath. What was the fiery light in his eyes? "It was hard to say what it was, but we have to confirm your identity first." The destructive spear walked over, and a terrifying aura shrouded Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. "Seniors, are you going to attack me?" He was facing a great enemy. If these extreme Tao weapons attacked him, he would not be able to defeat them. The Black Tortoise waved its hand, and the 8 trigrams diagram directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian heard a voice in his ear. "Little guy, don't worry. We won't harm you. We just want to test you." Lin Xian was puzzled. Test what? In the next moment, he saw the 8 trigrams diagram change, as if it had turned into a mysterious scene. A mysterious aura descended from the sky. It was even more terrifying than the great path of the Born Tao aptitude. In fact, it was more than 100 times more terrifying. What was this? Lin Xian was completely stunned. On the other side of the sky, a ball of flame appeared, burning there. Lin Xian had never seen such a flame. His 9 sons' divine fire was not worth mentioning in front of it, was that the sun. Even 100 suns could not compare to that flame. Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of flame was that? Lin Xian walked toward the flame in front of him. His divine body was threatened, and the 9 sons' divine fire on his body was suppressed. It was as if it was about to be extinguished. The scene frightened him. Then he looked at the mysterious aura descending. He flew over, but in the next moment, he was struck by lightning. He spat out blood and retreated. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying power! That mysterious aura seemed to be able to kill him. What kind of aura was that? Just as he was puzzled, the 8 trigrams diagram flew out, and all the terrifying scenes disappeared. The black tortoise looked at him with a smile. The destructive spear no longer emitted killing intent. Senior, what was going on? What was that aura and flame? Lin Xian was completely confused. However, the black tortoise said, "Very well, you are the one we have been waiting for. Seniors, can you explain in detail?" Lin Xian still did not understand. The Aquarius of life flew over, and a powerful life aura appeared on its body, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly recovered to his peak state. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his breathing became much calmer. The Aquarius of life said, "No rush. I will tell you slowly. How did you feel about the mysterious aura you saw?" Lin Xian said, "It was very strong, 100 times stronger than the born Tao aptitude." The Aquarius of life said, "It was more than 100 times stronger. It was really too strong." Are you curious about what it was? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Please tell me. He was really puzzled. What was that thing? Chapter 54:22. Lin Xian was extremely curious about this mysterious aura that had appeared. He asked, "Senior, what is that?" The Aquarius of life said in a deep voice, "That's immortal aura." Immortal aura. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Are there immortals in this world? He really couldn't believe it. The black tortoise said, "The aura I'm talking about is immortal aura, but what you see is just an illusion formed by the 8 trigrams. But I can tell you that immortal aura really exists. It was just an illusion, but it was already so terrifying." Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was even more shocked that immortal aura really existed. How can one have immortal aura? Do emperors have immortal aura? Where can one have real immortal aura? Lin Xian asked a series of questions. He was really curious now, because no one could answer these questions, even the Hellfire Dragon, and the others probably didn't know. The few extreme weapons in front of him had existed for tens of thousands of years. They definitely knew. You can't cultivate immortal aura, so don't think about immortal aura. The destructive spear said coldly. Lin Xian was stunned. He couldn't cultivate? Had his path been cut off? This was the most fatal blow to him. The black tortoise laughed. That immortal aura illusion injured you as soon as you got close. It means that you're not fated with immortal aura. But aren't you curious? What's the other flame? Lin Xian was also stunned. He asked, "What's that flame?" He could feel that the flame wasn't any weaker than immortal aura. What was it? Immortal fire? The Aquarius of life said, "That's not immortal fire. It's godly fire." Godly fire. Lin Xian was shocked. What's the difference? He guessed that it should represent 2 different powers. After all, he had seen this test before, when he was cultivating. However, the Aquarius of life said, not only are they 2 different powers, they're 2 different paths. After reaching this step, you're destined to surpass the Saint Realm and become a boundary emperor or even a great emperor. So you're qualified to know this. Today, it's time to tell you in advance, because you'll soon face this path choice. The 8 trigrams black tortoise's voice slowly rang out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and listened carefully. You know that quasi-emperors are existences that surpass the Saint Realm. Then, do you know what kind of power is cultivated above the peak of the Great Sage Realm? Lin Xian shook his head. The precious bottle of life said. It was precisely these 2 types of power, either cultivating immortal energy or walking the immortal Tao. He could either cultivate the divine fire or walk the Tao. Immortal? God. Lin Xian was shocked. Were there really immortals? I don't know the specifics, but I can tell you. Great emperors were able to condense these 2 types of power. He could either condense immortal chi or condense divine flame. You can be called great emperor, God, or immortal. However, they should not be true gods and immortals. We are generally known as the land god or the mortal immortal. Noticing Lin Xian's confusion, the destructive halberd continued. They possessed power that surpassed the mortal realm, but they still remained in the mortal realm. They were unable to leave or ascend, which was why they were given such a title. Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great emperor did not belong to the human world. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of the magnetism quasi-emperor. Back then, he was in the magnetism cave dwelling. The first time he met a quasi-emperor, the other party was holding a scroll with a line of words carved on it. The path to immortality was cut off, no fate with the emperor, and immortality was difficult. At that time, Lin Xian didn't understand what it meant. But now, after hearing these things from the few extreme weapons, he understood. He understood. The immortal path was cut off, and the divine gate was closed. These great emperors were stuck in the mortal world, unable to ascend. Why is it like this? Were there no great emperors who succeeded? He looked at the extreme weapons. Those extreme weapons shook their heads. You don't have to think about these things now. You should think about how to become a quasi-emperor first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was true. If he could not even become a boundary emperor, then he would not be qualified to become a great emperor. Thus, he was not qualified to study the immortal path. Moreover, these extreme weapons said that he could not become an immortal, only a god. Regarding this, Lin Xian asked curiously, immortals and gods, were there any essential differences? There was no essential difference. They did not belong to the mortal realm. It was just that too many things had happened over the years. As a result, there were too many grudges between the two sides, which led to the current predicament. Lin Xian seemed to understand after hearing this. He asked, were the two sides opposing each other? Were they enemies? The destruction spear snorted. There was no need for the two to oppose each other. It was just that in this universe, some people were too despicable. They thought that they had grasped all the power. They mercilessly suppressed those who were different from them. They were our enemies. Lin Xian seemed to understand. The Aquarius of life said, some things are too shocking for you now. Maybe you can't understand. However, as your strength increases, once you break through the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, those people will come to find you. At that time, those people will find you, and you will know who your real enemy is. Only after breaking through the sage realm and becoming a quasi-emperor would you be qualified to be their enemy. Lin Xian was also shocked. What kind of powerhouses would that be? Could they all be quasi-emperors or great emperors? However, a few extreme weapons now said that Lin Xian was weak, and there was no need for him to know. This made Lin Xian very depressed. By the way, Lin Xian remembered something. He said that not only did creatures come out of a forbidden land like Mount Eternal, but they also called it the human sovereign. What was that? Was it an existence that surpassed the great emperor? Lin Xian had also experienced the power of the human sovereign. They were immortal and indestructible existences. Hearing this, the destruction spear sneered. Human sovereign? Were they worthy? However, the Aquarius of life said, ignore him. It has a grudge with the human sovereign. Let me put it this way. He is called the human sovereign, which means that he belongs to this world. As I said before, the earth does not belong to the human world. You should be able to tell who is superior and who is inferior. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. The great emperor stayed in the human world because the immortal path was broken and the divine gate was closed. Although this sovereign was strong, he was only called the human sovereign. Therefore, Lin Xian understood. By the way, 3 seniors, what treasure did the great emperor leave for me? Lin Xian was still looking forward to this. He knew some very ancient secrets. These secrets were probably not known to those sacred lords and living fossils. Only those emperor clans that had produced great emperors would know these secrets. However, they would definitely not spread it. The path you're going to take next is the divine path. Therefore, they left you a divine fire seed. With this divine fire seed, when you break through to become a quasi-emperor, there will be no bottleneck. As long as you accumulate enough power, you can break through. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 54:23. No bottleneck? Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. One had to know that this was an extremely shocking thing. Those sacred lords were only at the pinnacle of the great sage realm. They had been stuck in this realm for thousands of years and could not advance further in their entire lives. The main reason was that there was a bottleneck. It was like a natural chasm that blocked their path of martial arts and made them regret it for the rest of their lives. But now the other party told him that there was no bottleneck. In other words, as long as Lin Xian accumulated enough power, he would definitely be able to break through and become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was really overjoyed. This treasure could be said to be supreme and was what he needed the most. Although he was only a great sage now, he was already preparing to become a quasi-emperor. All right, enter the extreme Tao Gate and fuse with the divine fire seed. Hearing the words of the life treasure bottle, Lin Xian nodded and took a deep breath. He walked forward and entered. Soon, he entered the extreme Tao Gate. The three extreme Tao weapons began to discuss again. He did not even have the slightest chance of fusing with immortal qi. It was really strange. Look at the aura on his body. It has covered the secrets of heaven. Even I can't see through it. There must be some other reason. Brother Annihilation said. But no matter what, his growth will add another powerful force to our lineup. One had to know that he was the successor of the great dragon. Once he became a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, his combat power would probably surpass everything. Thinking of this, the three extreme Tao weapons were also looking forward to it. However, the black tortoise still said, although that was the case, they still wanted to see if he could fuse with the divine fire seed. The divine fire seed was left behind by the previous great emperors. It was very precious, but it did not mean that anyone could fuse with it. See if it had the fate of a great emperor. If not, you would be instantly enveloped by the aura of the divine fire and turn into ashes because you were weak. After Lin Xian entered, he felt as if he had arrived at an ancient hall. The surroundings were extremely dark. There was only a ray of light in front of him. It was a ball of flame. It was very small, but it was extremely bright. The aura it carried was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Was this the divine fire seed? It seemed like this was what he wanted to fuse with. He walked forward, but as soon as he got close, he felt his body split apart. No matter how difficult it is, I must get it. Lin Xian roared, pushing his divine body to the limit. At the same time, a demon god battle armor appeared on his body. The Taiji diagram also appeared. It was the same for the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian went all out. He walked forward and slowly approached the seed of divine fire. At the last moment, Lin Xian even used his all-conquering power. All of this was his capital to become the champion. This was the power that allowed him to come here. Finally, he stood in front of the divine flame seed. Lin Xian's face was pale, and his body was covered with injuries. This process was extremely difficult, but he smiled, and he smiled with incomparable joy. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the divine flame seed. A terrifying force rushed into his body. Lin Xian's internal organs were severely damaged. He roared angrily. Previously, when he fused with the great dragon sword soul, he was also hovering between life and death. Now, he was about to face an even more terrifying scene. This was a risk. If he succeeded, his future would be smooth sailing. If he failed, he would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian gambled on his invincible belief and the path of martial arts. fight. He was enveloped by endless divine fire. He let out a painful roar. However, his body was like a rock. He did not move at all. He was resisting with his powerful will. Outside, in the extreme path valley, everyone was also comprehending the sky map with all their might and absorbing the power of heaven and earth. The born Taoism aptitude person gave up on absorbing the power of heaven and earth and directly comprehended the sky map. The great path in her body was even more terrifying. The others felt their scalps go numb when they sensed it. She was an extremely terrifying woman. Murong Qingcheng absorbed the power of heaven and earth while comprehending the sky map. His strength was also steadily increasing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Murong Qingcheng and the other 8 were instantly teleported out by a force. When they reappeared, they were already outside of the extreme path valley. When they came out, the people from the various families and sects were waiting outside. When they saw the people inside come out, they were also delighted. The elites of the Divine Union, the Phoenix Clan, the Tao East sect, and Mount Eternal all came forward and asked one after another, how was it? When they felt the aura of these geniuses become stronger, they were also delighted. Damn it, they only got second place this time. Yao Guang gritted his teeth. Although his strength had increased, he was still unwilling to accept it. Don't worry, we won't let Lin Wuti continue to be arrogant. I think it's time to make a move. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. On the other side, the first envoy of Mount Eternal returned. He said, I failed. The other envoys also had ugly expressions. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. This time, they were sent by the human sovereign. Their goal was to get first place, but now they had failed. An elder from Mount Eternal said, it's not your fault. It's all Lin Wuti's fault. Now, he knew that Lin Wuti had eliminated nearly half of them. He had even killed the second envoy. This was a heavy blow to them. Therefore, they had to take revenge. When Lin Wuti came out, it would be the time of his death. That's right, the first envoy's eyes were also filled with cold killing intent. Although we failed, we can still assassinate him. Although he got first place and obtained the great emperor's treasure, he didn't deserve it. That belongs to our Mount Eternal. The people from Mount Eternal were ready to hunt and snatch the great emperor's treasure from Lin Xian's hands. The Phoenix Clan was very happy. The people from the Taoist sect were also very satisfied. This result was already very good for them, but the people from the Divine Union were looking forward to it. Boss Lin was still inside. What kind of treasure would he get? The others all looked over as well. That's right. What Lin Xian had obtained was an even greater opportunity. What exactly was the great emperor's treasure? However, they waited for another 10 days and found that no one came out. After a month, still no one came out. What the hell was going on? Lin Wuti still hadn't come out. Could he have gotten the great emperor's inheritance? Someone exclaimed. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Wuti already had a great emperor's inheritance. If he got it again, how terrifying would his strength be? It shouldn't be possible. Some people shook their heads. Some people said, but if it wasn't the great emperor's inheritance, why didn't he come out for so long? Chapter 54:24. No one knew whether Lin Xian had obtained the great emperor's inheritance or not. They waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't come out, and some people were already in despair. Let's go. The remote antiquity families left. They had originally come to watch a lively battle. Now that the competition had ended and half a year had passed, there was no need for them to wait any longer. In an instant, more than half of the people had left. Another month had passed, and most of the people had left. However, there were still some people who hadn't left. For example, the Gu family, the 10,000 Dragon Empire, the Z Mansion, and the Eternal Mountain, the Divine Union, the Phoenix Tribe, and the Demon Emperor Mountain hadn't left. These people were all waiting for Lin Xian. Some people were worried about Lin Xian's safety, while others were gnashing their teeth and preparing to attack Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Even the Gu family was getting impatient. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. Not only had they not obtained any benefits, but Gu Feng had also died inside. How could their family tolerate the death of a great emperor's successor? In fact, they still didn't know who had done it. They had suspected Lin Xian, but they had also suspected Light-Shaking Realm. They couldn't wait any longer. They looked at the Z mansion and stared at Yao Guang. "Did you kill Gu Feng when you moved?" Yao Guang's face darkened. "Nonsense." The Purple Mansion Master also said, "You didn't see it. How could you say that?" The Gu family elder said, "Who else could it be besides you? Even if you weren't, you had to go through the Gu family's experts. Otherwise, how could you know the void divine ability?" These people were full of killing intent. Since they couldn't find out who the enemy was, they could only target Yao Guang. Yao Guang snorted coldly. "I'm not interested in that trash, Gu Feng." "Who are you calling trash?" The Gu family elder was also angry. He took a step forward, and killing intent instantly appeared on his body. "Why? Do you want to fight?" The Z Mansion Master also stood up. Yao Guang and Xiaoying sneered. They were both in the top 10. If they really fought, they weren't afraid of the other party. "Take down Yao Guang." The Gu family people were furious. They took out the void mirror. On the other side, the members of the Handan clan were also filled with killing intent. "How dare you devour the primal chaos body? We will use your head to refine the soul sky. Are you courting death?" Yao Guang was also furious. He had lost to Lin Xian and was already incomparably furious. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he would gladly oblige. "Kill." With a furious roar, he charged towards the Handan clan. The chaotic body was unleashed, sweeping across the world. The experts of the Handan tribe kept coughing up blood. Damn it, the other party was using their power to attack them. Revenge! These people rushed over. The people from the Gu family also charged over. The void finger directly struck down. Those people felt their scalps go numb. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord took out the dragon cauldron to block the attack. It was also a sovereign weapon with a mysterious origin. The collision between the two created a shocking force. All of a sudden, the three major forces actually clashed together. The momentum was vast. The surrounding heavens collapsed, and Earth split apart. The others all backed up, all of them fleeing. There was nothing they could do about it. The power of an extreme-grade weapon had already been displayed. They simply couldn't withstand it. The extreme-grade world also started to shake violently. From inside, the destruction spear flew out and roared, "Scram! Otherwise, we will mercilessly attack and kill all of you." At the same time, the 8 trigrams diagram and the Aquarius of Life also flew out. The power of the 3 of them continued to rise, as if they were about to fully recover. Sensing this scene, the expressions of the others changed. The people from Mount Eternal waved their hands, and left first, sending people to keep an eye on that guy. They quickly left. The 10,000 Dragon Court, the Golden Crow clan, and the Twins of Destiny also left one after another. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. The people from the Gu family gritted their teeth. "All right, let's change the battlefield." They soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. "They weren't afraid of you." They also flew over. The people from the Handan clan also followed. For a moment, the extreme grade world was completely silent. The Gu family, the Purple Mansion, and the Handan clan went to another place to fight. The others also didn't dare to come near the extreme grade world. They could only wait in the distance. The people from the Divine Union also landed at the side and began to wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, Another year had passed. Many things had happened in this year. Those who returned from the extreme grade world had improved. Some people had an epiphany, and their strength had broken through. Some people had accepted the extreme grade valley, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They became more and more famous, and their strength became stronger and stronger. However, the news about Lin Xian had completely disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared again. There was another thing that was even more shocking. The news of Gu Feng's death had spread to the Gu family. The people from the Gu family roared crazily and attacked the Purple Mansion to take down the light-shaking realm. The Purple Mansion also displayed their strength and fought back. In the end, the Gu family returned empty-handed. On the other side, the Hunan clan was more miserable. They were attacked by the people from the Purple Mansion and were severely injured. They had no choice but to close their doors. This series of events shocked everyone. The following battles would probably become more and more intense. This was because they guessed that someone who surpassed the Saint Realm would appear very soon. A true great emperor would appear in this golden era, and this process would be incomparably tragic. Sure enough, some other sects also clashed with each other. Even the emperor clans were fighting. Obviously, some people were already anxious. They were eager to fight for a great emperor. Of course, no one would forget about Lin Xian. For example, the people from Mount Eternal had their eyes fixed on the extreme grade realm. As long as Lin Xian came out, they would know immediately and take action. Another year passed. It was already the third year. Most of the people from the Divine Union had already returned. After all, they belonged to different sects and clans. Furthermore, Bai Susu was the great elder of the Divine Union, so she had asked everyone to return. She felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger. He should only be receiving some kind of treasure. It would just take a long time. Therefore, there wasn't a need for too many people to stay here. In the fourth year, Murong Qingcheng, the Crimson Dragon, and Yen Ryu all frowned. Why wasn't he out yet? Could there have been an accident? At this moment, the black tortoise 8 trigrams flew out from the extreme grade realm. They said, "You must be Lin Wudi's friends. Don't worry, he is very safe inside. However, we can't say when he will come out. Why don't you go back first? When he comes out, he will look for you." Murong Qingcheng and the others discussed and felt that the extreme grade weapon was right. Therefore, they nodded. "All right, thank you very much, Senior. Please take care of Big Brother Xian." The black tortoise nodded. "Don't worry, we have high hopes for that little guy." With the assurance of the extreme grade weapon, Murong Qingcheng and the others were completely at ease. Therefore, they also discussed for a while and returned. In a moment, the outside of the extreme grade realm was completely quiet. No one stayed. However, they had no idea that there was an eye of darkness hidden under the ground all this time. Chapter 54:25. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. It had been 5 years since the end of the dragon transformation battle. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged in a magical place in the extreme path world. His body was surrounded by terrifying, mysterious flames, and there was a flame rune between his eyebrows that kept jumping. There was a flame seed in his body that was fusing with him. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows tightly. The fusion this time was really too difficult. Although only 5 years had passed, he had probably only fused a little. After all, this was a divine fire seed. Once the fusion was completed, there would be no bottleneck for him to become a quasi-emperor. He guessed that the fusion would take at least 500 years. It might even take longer than that. This was something that the extreme path weapon did not tell him before. In fact, although the extreme path weapon did not tell him, in the eyes of Brother Annihilation and the others, having a divine fire seed was already a heaven-defying opportunity. not to mention 500 years. Even if it took 5,000 years, there would still be people who would be willing to fuse there. After all, this was their only chance. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He could not afford to waste 500 years. Therefore, he decided to use some of his trump cards. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out something from the small world, the Hourglass of Time. Previously, he had obtained the Hourglass of Time in the Azura ruins on the 18th level of Hell. Although the Azura clan was destroyed, it must have had something to do with time. Therefore, Lin Xian had once returned to 10 years ago through the Azura ruins. He stayed there for a while and returned. He helped the Azura ruins and completed some things. In the end, he was given 2 hourglasses of time that contained the power of time. Lin Xian had not used them before. Now, in order to fuse with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian was ready to use one. He opened the hourglass of time, and a mysterious light appeared around Lin Xian. In the next moment, he disappeared. He had returned to 90,000 years ago. His surroundings were dark and silent. Lin Xian looked around. He was stunned. He was actually still in this mysterious space. It should still be the extreme Tao world. It seemed like the extreme Tao world had already existed 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Even if he had to spend 500 years, Lin Xian would choose to spend it in the past. Thus, when he returned to the real world, not much time had passed. Just like that, this gave him an advantage. The time required to fuse with the seed of divine fire was simply too long. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For the past 300 years, Lin Xian had been quietly cultivating here. However, one day, 300 years later, a cry of surprise came from outside. It turned out that 90,000 years ago, there was also a battle of dragonization here, and the champion was a young man from the dragon clan. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. His body exuded an aura that could sweep through everything. He was truly too strong. He had defeated everyone in the world and obtained first place in this dragon transformation battle. Beside him, there was a woman with an extremely beautiful face. She had dragon scales on her body. She was also a proud daughter of the dragon clan. In this dragon transformation battle, there were actually 2 people from the dragon clan in the top 10. It was really unbelievable. A young man had obtained first place. As for that woman, she had obtained 9th place. It was also a very terrifying result. That was great. Brother Xiaotian had finally obtained first place. This woman was called Long Yu, and the brother Xiaotian she spoke of was the handsome young man from the dragon clan. He was also the first person this time. The following situation was very similar to Lin Xian's. The extreme Tao weapon took Long Xiaotian away alone, while the others cultivated in the extreme Tao valley. They wondered what kind of opportunity Brother Xiaotian would obtain. They were filled with anticipation. The extreme Tao weapon brought Long Xiaotian to a mysterious place. Surrounding them, clouds and mist surrounded them. In front of them was an extreme Tao gate. Long Xiaotian was extremely excited as he walked towards the extreme Tao gate. At the same time, inside the extreme Tao gate, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. Had someone come in? Sensing this scene, he immediately frowned. No, he couldn't let anyone in, because he came from 90,000 years in the future. If someone came in, something unexpected would happen. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and slapped out with his palm. An extremely terrifying sound came from inside, as if a divine sword was sweeping in all directions. Just as Long Xiaotian wanted to enter, he was attacked. His pupils constricted as he waved his dragon claw and slapped on the attack. In the next moment, he was forced out. What was going on? The extreme Tao weapon was also stunned. What had happened inside? Long Xiaotian frowned. He looked at the extreme Tao weapon around him and said, Senior, I want to know, why is it attacking me? His face was a little cold. What? The extreme Tao weapon was also stunned. Could it be that something had happened inside? They were really shocked. Lin Xian, who was inside, was also surprised. This person was really not ordinary. He had a powerful dragon aura on him. He had used a powerful attack just now, but it only forced the other party to retreat. The other party was not injured at all. As expected of the first person in the dragon transformation battle from 90,000 years ago, he was indeed strong. Moreover, he was now in the dark and was very mysterious. If he really wanted to fight openly, he might not be able to suppress the other party. However, he could not let the other party in. Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. An extremely sharp light burst out from his eyes. He mobilized the power of the divine fire seed and shot out a trace of flame. Outside, the extreme Tao weapon was still puzzled. They were about to investigate. Suddenly, a trace of flame flew out from the extreme Tao gate. It danced in the air and turned into a word. Get lost! This word was imprinted in the void, just like that. Long Xiaotian's face instantly darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was so angry that he trembled. As a top genius, how could he allow others to slap his face like this? Even if the other party was a supreme existence, it was not allowed. Those extreme Tao weapons were also stunned. When they sensed that the flame was a divine fire seed, their pupils constricted. Could it be that the divine fire seed was rejecting Long Xiaotian? Thinking of this, they sighed. Although they previously thought that Long Xiaotian was a top genius of the Dragon Clan. Once he grew up, he might become a great emperor. Moreover, he could also become one of them. However, it seemed that it was a pity that the divine fire seed did not agree. They could only say that he was not fated and that they would send him back to the extreme Tao Valley. Long Xiaotian's face completely darkened. His body kept trembling. At the same time, an even more terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. Not fated? Ha ha! What a joke! His gaze directly pierced into the extreme Tao gate, as if he wanted to see everything clearly. No matter who you are, you slapped my face today. When I become a great emperor in the future, I will definitely return it 10 times or 100 times. After saying that, Long Xiaotian waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Chapter 54:26. Seeing Dragon Xiaotian leave just like that, the extreme Tao weapons were stunned, but they did not say anything in the end. They could only sigh. Looking at the extreme Tao gate, the few extreme Tao weapons did not enter. In the extreme Tao Valley, everyone was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, while wondering what Dragon Xiaotian had obtained. Suddenly, they saw the void in the distance break open, and a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked up. The next moment, they were stunned. It was Long Xiaotian. What was going on? Was he back again? In the valley, Long Yu also stood up with a look of surprise. Brother Xiaotian, what's wrong? Dragon Xiaotian's killing intent was terrifyingly cold as he stared below. The experts below also felt their scalps go numb. Although they had all successfully entered the top 10, none of them were Dragon Xiaotian's match. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. Seeing his killing intent, they all retreated in fear. Long Yu was even more shocked. What had happened? Dragon Xiaotian gritted his teeth. The extreme Tao realm slapped my face. I will not live under the same sky as them. When I become an emperor in the future, I will make them pay the price. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Long Yu into the sky and disappeared. Gone. Long Xiaotian actually left, and what happened? Why was Dragon Xiaotian so angry? Why had the extreme Tao realm slapped his face? The other geniuses were very curious. However, they could not find out at all. Lin Xian did not know about these things. He had heard Dragon shout Yen's threat, but he sneered and did not care. So, what if Dragon Shout Yan had threatened him? He did not belong to this era. He was from 90,000 years later. As for the Dragon Clan, he had killed the Dragon Prince 90,000 years later. Did he care about the other experts of the Dragon Clan? However, this person was really extraordinary. He was very strong. Thinking about it, he should be a supreme expert who had swept across the world. When he returned, he would ask the destructive spear if there was such a person 90,000 years ago. Lin Xian did not think too much about it. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. He continued to cultivate. Finally, after 500 years, Lin Xian had perfectly integrated the divine flame seed. Next, as long as he gathered enough energy, he would be able to become a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He roared at the sky. At the same time, the hourglass waved, and Lin Xian returned to reality. When he returned to 90,000 years in the future, the hourglass cracked and turned into powder. The smoke vanished into thin air. Nothing else? Lin Xian sighed. He only had one time hourglass left, so he had to keep it safe. Because this was too miraculous. The power of time was the most mysterious power. He thought of the Light Clan and wondered what had caused the Light Clan to be annihilated. Who was the one who did it? Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. He checked his own condition. Soon, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face because the situation was good. This was out of his expectations. After fusing with the divine fire seed, the power of Lin Xian's 9-yang divine fire increased. The power of his divine body had also become much stronger than before. More importantly, Lin Xian really felt that the shackles between heaven and earth were no longer binding him. He could successfully become a quasi-emperor. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had gathered enough energy to let the divine fire seed grow. Thinking of this, Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. Outside, the extreme Dao weapon was already gone because only 5 years had passed. It was too short. According to their speculation, it would take at least 500 years or even 1,000 years. But on this day, Lin Xian walked out. After coming out, he looked around and roared at the sky. At this moment, the surroundings were shaken. Between heaven and earth, countless flames spread, and a mysterious and terrifying power descended into the extreme Dao world. The extreme Dao weapon was also stunned. Who was it? The destructive spear soared into the sky. Was someone courting death? The Life Aquarius did say that no, this seemed to be Lin Xian's power. The black tortoise was shocked. It couldn't be. 5 years. He came out. Could it be that he had failed? They hurriedly flew over. They were extremely nervous. If he had failed, it would be a huge blow to them, because it was extremely difficult to find someone suitable to fuse with the divine fire seed. In an instant, they arrived near the extreme Dao gate. Kid, did you fail? What's going on? Can you do it again? The black tortoise asked quickly. The Life Aquarius said that it would help you recover from your injuries. They looked at Lin Xian anxiously. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. Failed? How could that be? I succeeded. Seniors, please take a look. A mysterious flame rune appeared in between Lin Xian's eyebrows. He used the power of the divine fire seed, and his aura became extremely mysterious. Although it was only a seed now, it had already made Lin Xian mysterious and unpredictable. After the 3 extreme Dao weapons sensed it, they almost fell from the sky. Succeeded? That's impossible. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seniors, you have too little confidence in me. The black tortoise kept shaking his head. This wasn't a matter of confidence. Of course, we believe that you can succeed. But 5 years is too short. We estimated that you would only be able to come out after at least 500 to 1,000 years. We were already preparing for you to come out, but you came out in 5 years. We really thought that you had failed. That's right, kid. How did you do it? How did you succeed in just 5 years? The black tortoise-8 trigrams was also extremely excited. The life Aquarius looked up at the sky. Could it be that this was really a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years? There was hope on our side. It turned out that the extreme Tao weapons had estimated that the time would be 500 years later. It was similar to Lin Xian's speculation. However, these extreme Tao weapons didn't know that he had the hourglass of time. He had indeed experienced 500 years, but it was in the past, so it didn't affect the real world. Of course, Lin Xian didn't mention this. After all, he had defeated a genius back then. If these extreme Tao weapons knew about it, they might be angry. So, he said, I didn't find it particularly difficult to fuse with it. The extreme Tao weapons were dumbfounded. Didn't find it particularly difficult? Heavens, this is the divine fire seed. Do you know what kind of existence it is? If the fusion was successful, there would be no cultivation bottleneck. Was it that simple? What a joke. They didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian did come out in 5 years. They had no choice but to believe it. They could only accept that Lin Xian was a rare genius that only appeared once in a million years. You are too strange. The black tortoise-8 trigrams kept shaking its head. But boy, you've really exceeded our expectations in the past 5 years. We originally thought that we could gather some resources for you after 500 years and let your strength improve by leaps and bounds. But it seems that it won't work now. You have to find the power to become a quasi-emperor yourself. Chapter 54:27. Hearing the words of the extreme Tao weapons, Lin Xian was stunned. So, there was such a thing. However, he didn't care anymore. Being able to reduce the time by 500 years was really important to him. As for the other opportunities, he would have to rely on himself to find them. Next, he prepared to leave. But before that, he had one more thing to ask. Who was the person he had beaten up 90,000 years ago? He remembered that back then, he heard the discussion outside the extreme Tao gate. That person seemed to be called Long Xiaotian. So he asked, Seniors, can I inquire about a person for you? Who was it? Black Tortoise asked. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Who was Long Xiaotian? What was his status in the dragon race? Long Xiaotian. Hearing this name, the expressions of the 3 extreme Tao weapons changed. Black Tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. How are you going to inquire about him? Lin Xian was stunned. Was this person very powerful? To be able to make the extreme Tao weapons so shocked, could this person be? Lin Xian didn't dare to think about it anymore. Black Tortoise smiled bitterly. Of course Long Xiaotian was powerful. The dragon race had a dragon emperor who was the ancestor of the 1,000 Dragon dynasty. It was Long Xiaotian. What? Lin Xian was completely stunned. Long Xiaotian was the dragon emperor of the 1,000 Dragon dynasty. Lin Xian felt that his eyes were about to pop out. 90,000 years ago, he actually defeated a dragon emperor. He even told him to scram. Lin Xian felt that it was unbelievable. That was a great emperor. No one of the other party was so angry that his entire body trembled. A person who had the potential to become a great emperor was directly slapped in the face. The feeling was definitely sour. Why did you mention this person? Destructive War also frowned. It seemed that this person's name made him very angry. Lin Xian said, I killed the dragon prince of the 1,000 Dragon dynasty before. I didn't expect him to be the dragon emperor. This grudge was really deep. 90,000 years ago, he slapped the dragon emperor's face. 90,000 years later, he killed the dragon emperor's son. The seniors had a grudge with him. He felt that the aura of the three extreme Tao weapons was wrong. Destructive War Spear said. Of course, the Aquarius of life bitterly smiled and said, this story started from 90,000 years ago. Back then, Long Xiaotian was also a top-notch genius. He became the champion of that dragon transformation battle. Back then, he also had the qualifications to enter the extreme Tao gate, but he didn't know what happened. When Long Xiaotian was stopped, the other party thought that we had slapped his face. Therefore, he left angrily. Who would have thought that this Long Xiaotian would be so powerful? Later on, the other party had successfully become a great emperor, so he came to us for revenge. Hearing this, Lin Xian also became nervous. After all, this matter was caused by him. He asked, what was the result? You guys didn't suffer any losses, right? Destructive Battle Spear harumphed coldly. Even though he has become a great emperor, he still can't kill us. However, in the later years, our extreme Tao world was completely sealed off and lived in seclusion. After the Dragon Emperor disappears, our extreme path world will open again. This could be considered a matter of the past. The three extreme grade weapons also sighed. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably strange. Before the other party left, he had already made an oath. If he were to become a great emperor in the future, he would definitely take revenge 100-fold. The battle back then must have been extremely terrifying. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to care. Moreover, 90,000 years have passed. Even if you killed the Dragon Prince, the Dragon Emperor can no longer threaten you. It has nothing to do with me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. This matter really had a lot to do with him. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and then prepared to leave. This time, the harvest could be said to be huge. It made him extremely satisfied. After bidding farewell to the extreme grade weapons, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left the extreme path world. He flew into the distance. I wonder how the outside world has changed in 5 years. Murong Qingcheng and the others had seen the black tortoise 8 trigrams before, so they left. Right now, Lin Xian had left by himself. After he left, the dark eye under the ground moved. Immediately, the news was sent to Mount Eternal. There were many people in Mount Eternal, and they were instantly furious when they heard the news. The first emissary stood up and said coldly, after 5 years, I've finally waited. Lin Wudi, your time of death has come. Everyone listen up. Follow me. The other waiters all stood up. The previous second emissary had fallen, leaving only 9 of them. However, this time, the 9 of them would attack together, no matter how strong the other party was. So what? Could he defeat the 9 of them? They took the super teleportation array and quickly set off. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared on the endless ground. They quickly set up the array and waited. Not long after, a ray of light flew over and arrived at this space. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was very fast. The demon god wings on his back turned him into a black lightning bolt. Suddenly, he stopped. His brows furrowed tightly because he sensed that a black fog had appeared around him, shrouding the entire world. Inside, there was an extremely terrifying power. Boom! Lin Xian roared and punched out. A golden sun shone in all directions. However, the black mist did not disperse at all. It directly enveloped the sun. The two were in a stalemate, turning into a terrifying law that tore the void apart. Lin Xian was cold. Who was it? Get out here. Someone dared to wait here to assassinate him. He was angry. Lin Wudi had a bad temper. However, it was time to settle the previous grudge. A cold voice rang out. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The first emissary, a defeated opponent, dared to come. He could easily defeat him before, let alone now that he had merged with the seed of divine fire. He had become stronger than before. Lin Xian did not take the first emissary seriously at all. After the first emissary walked out, his face became extremely cold. Despicable fellow, how dare he look down on me? However, at this moment, a few more figures walked out of the black mist. What about us? A total of 9 emissaries appeared around him. They enveloped Lin Xian. Their killing intent swept across the world. Lin Xian's face darkened. The 9 of them attacked together. It seemed that they had been waiting here for him. It must have been hard on them. However, did they think that the 9 of them were a match for him? There were no restrictions here. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. That was indeed the case. He could now use the sky-devouring jar, which was half an emperor weapon. The 3rd emissary sneered. We know that you have half an extreme-grade weapon. But so what? How much power do you have to revive it? We have carefully prepared for 5 years. If we want to kill you, it will be a piece of cake. Chapter 54:28. Mount Eternal had made ample preparations this time. Although they didn't have an extreme weapon, they had a supreme weapon. Mount Eternal had a human supreme, and his weapon was also very terrifying. At this moment, the 9 emissaries attacked together. They took out a weapon. It was a black pagoda that looked like a mountain peak. It seemed to be built according to the appearance of Mount Eternal. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and the entire world shook violently. The demonic beasts, martial artists, and families in the nearby space were all shocked. They looked into the distance in horror. Damn it, what a terrifying aura. Who's attacking? Don't go out. Don't investigate. Quickly seal the mountain gate and escape. These people were incomparably terrified. The indestructible pagoda shook gently, and suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void seemed to be mercilessly torn apart by a pair of heaven-sent hands. The terrifying crack enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This power was really too strong. He didn't dare to be careless and took out the heaven-devouring jar to block it. In front of him, a terrifying black vortex spread out and blocked the large crack. Half an extreme weapon. Heaven-devouring jar. The first emissary sneered after seeing it. But it's useless, kid. I don't believe that you can fully revive the heaven-devouring jar with so much power on you. And the power we brought this time is enough to destroy your body and soul. They sneered. Then they launched another attack. The sky was instantly pierced through, and a vast, indestructible power rushed over. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. A large amount of resources appeared in the hands of each of these emissaries. These resources were quickly being consumed to provide the power of the indestructible pagoda. The heaven-devouring jar was shaken by the attack, and the black vortex was constantly shattering. Lin Xian retreated. It seemed that he could only protect himself. Seeing the scene, the 9 emissaries laughed out loud. The 10th emissary said, "Kid, how is it? Weren't you very arrogant before? You even dared to eliminate us. Now make your move." The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. Killing intent emerged in his heart. "Today, I'll kill you with my own hands. You still want to kill me? With just you guys?" Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, you still want to resist? You can't escape. This entire world has been sealed by us." Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Who said I was going to escape? You bunch of stupid ants. Who told you that I don't have the strength to maintain the heaven-devouring jar? Do you know what my trump card is? You don't know anything, yet you still dare to try and kill me. Today, I will let you feel despair." With that, Lin Xian activated the sword world, and the power inside flew out. The heaven-swallowing pot kept shaking, releasing a terrifying light. The black vortex covered heaven and earth as if it could swallow heaven and earth. The moment this aura appeared, the surrounding 9 great emissaries were all stunned. Their pupils were saying, "Damn it, this is impossible. What kind of power was this? You actually brought so much power with you." They were all crazy. "Stop him!" Flustered and exasperated, these people attacked again. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The power of the heaven-devouring jar increased, and it blocked the indestructible pagoda. The two of them collided in the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "How is it? Did you see that? My trump card is not something you can imagine. Damn it." The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The 1st emissary also shouted angrily, "Attack together and kill him." Although their indestructible pagoda was blocked, there were still 9 of them on their side. If the 9 of them worked together, it would be easy for them to kill the other party. Seeing the 9 of them rushing over, Lin Xian did not escape at all. Instead, he snorted coldly. "The 9 of you have all been defeated by me. What right do you have to challenge me?" He took a step forward, and the power in his body erupted. Monstrous flames swept in all directions. At the same time, the hell sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the 9 heavens. "Kid, go to hell!" The 7th emissary roared. He was the fastest to rush over. When he arrived, he slashed down with his blade. This was the indestructible blade. It drew a black blade light that was 10,000 meters long and slashed down from the sky. Its power was even stronger than before. It was obvious that he had been cultivating hard for the past 5 years. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered, "Your blade technique is really too weak." As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. The sword Qi swept across with incomparable sharpness and slashed at the other party's sword Qi. It directly shattered the black blade light that was 10,000 miles long. Not only that, the sword hit the other party's long blade, causing the 7th emissary to vomit blood and retreat. One of his arms was covered with cracks. "Damn it, how is this possible? How did you become so strong?" He was really too shocked. After 5 years of hard cultivation, he thought that he already had the strength to resist Lin Xian. However, he was seriously injured as soon as they exchanged blows. "Don't be careless, keep attacking." He was very strong. The 3rd emissary also gritted his teeth. He also rushed over. Indestructible palm. A huge palm descended from the sky like the hand of the Grim Reaper and enveloped Lin Xian. It had to be said that this move was really too strong. The 3rd emissary was much stronger. Even the veteran divine ancestors couldn't resist this attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're also an ant." As he said that, he threw out a punch. After fusing with the divine fire seed, Lin Xian's divine body became stronger than before. This punch was unparalleled. It directly pierced through the palm and shattered the 3rd emissary into pieces. Puff! The 3rd emissary was even more seriously injured. The other emissaries were stunned. How could there be such a terrifying person? His strength had grown in the past 5 years, and he was stronger than them. Unable to withstand a single blow, Lin Xian snorted coldly, then threw out another punch. This punch enveloped the 10th emissary. The 10th emissary screamed and quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning, but he was not faster than Lin Xian's fist. Boom! The 10th emissary was also shattered. He screamed and retreated. Before his body could heal, a pair of reincarnation eyes appeared in the sky. The reincarnation eyes shot out terrifying flames and enveloped the other party. It burned the other party's body. The 10th emissary screamed miserably, "Damn it, hurry up and stop him." He felt that even if he had the power of indestructibility, his body was still severely injured. Even his foundation was almost damaged. Courting death. This was the first time he was angered. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a hell crack and charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also slashed out with his sword. The two collided. The first emissary was forced back, and his arm was chopped off. He was terrified. This was impossible. Although he had lost to Lin Xian before, he had lost miserably after using all his means. It was not easy for Lin Xian to defeat him, but now Lin Xian had injured him with a single slash. Had the gap between the two of them become so huge? What kind of great emperor treasure did Lin Xian obtain in the past 5 years? Hurry up and attack. He recovered his arm, roared angrily again, and charged over. The 9 emissaries attacked together. At this moment, terrifying power erupted and enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 54:29. After a series of frenzied attacks, the 9 emissaries' faces were somewhat pale. This time, it was time for him to die. The 7th emissary gritted his teeth. The other emissaries also harumphed coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block them. The crack in front of them slowly disappeared, and a figure appeared. The emissaries laughed coldly, but their smiles quickly froze. Their expressions turned to horror. Impossible! He didn't die, and he wasn't injured. No, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. These emissaries have all gone crazy. The first emissary's pupils constricted. After being struck by such a powerful attack, the other party was completely unharmed. What kind of physique did he have? Suddenly, the 7th light-shaking realm screamed because he had been pierced by a sword. He lowered his head to look at his injured body. Unable to believe it, the other envoys were also stunned. When they looked forward again, they saw that the envoys were all stunned. When they looked further, they discovered that the unharmed figure in front of them was slowly disappearing. Damn it, it was an illusion technique. We were caught in an illusion technique. Yes, it was an illusion technique. In that instant, it was extremely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. Although Lin Xian was able to withstand it, he was unable to do so. However, he didn't try to take it head-on, because the 9 emissaries working together surpassed everything else. He used his strongest movement technique and dodged the attack, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. At the same time, one of the Rinnegan eyes in the sky also used an illusion technique. It took advantage of these people's arrogance and magnified it infinitely. It caused these people to fall into the illusion technique. Then he suddenly appeared beside the 7th emissary and pierced him with his sword. The 7th emissary screamed. He wanted to escape. Lin Xian wouldn't let him escape this time. Die. The great dragon sword spirit's power completely exploded. This was an indestructible power, enough to destroy everything. Even though the 7th emissary had undying and indestructible power, he couldn't resist at this moment. His life force was quickly draining away. No, he screamed. The other emissaries' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly attacked. They attacked wildly, but Lin Xian used all of his techniques. Boundless sword chi surged from his body and attacked. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The yin-yang diagram also appeared. Now he was fighting against 8 emissaries. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit roared once again, and a biting cold sword light and dragon shadow enveloped the opponent. In the next moment, Lin Xian retreated. The 7th emissary disappeared without a trace, turning into a pool of blood falling from the sky. Was he dead? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. This was impossible. Old 7 was dead. No, the remaining emissaries were completely stunned. They had been so confident that they were the emissaries of Mount Eternal. They had the power of immortality. No matter how strong they were, the other party would not be able to kill them. However, the current situation was completely out of their expectations. The other party was actually able to completely annihilate them. Was the inextinguishable rune between Seventh Brother's eyebrows also useless? That abominable great dragon sword spirit. Its invincible power was actually so terrifying. They realized that they had underestimated the other party. Previously, Lin Xian had possessed an unbreakable power, but now Lin Xian was no match for him. However, in the extreme Dao world, the great dragon sword soul could not be sent out. Thus, he didn't unleash his full power. They thought that this was all there was to it. Although it was strong, it was not impossible for them to stop it. However, now that they were out of the extreme Dao world, the power of the other party's great dragon sword soul had multiplied. He killed Old Seven with a single strike. How was it? Are you terrified? Are you in despair? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, there was more despair to come. The hell sword in Lin Xian's hand was surrounded by a dragon shadow. The power of the great dragon sword soul was quickly displayed by him. To deal with these immortal existences, one had to use an invincible power. Damn it. The first emissary gritted his teeth. They looked up at the sky, wanting to summon the inextinguishable pagoda. However, the heaven-swallowing jar blocked the inextinguishable pagoda. Damn it, they were too careless. If they knew this, they should have sent more experts. The first emissary said, "Don't panic. Everyone, use all your strength to activate the inextinguishable rune." As soon as he finished speaking, black runes flickered between the eyebrows of the 8 dead. It was incomparably mysterious. Very good, the first emissary said. Now, use all your strength and don't hold back. Use the power of the inextinguishable rune. With a roar, he took the lead. The power of the inextinguishable rune spread all over his body. At the same time, his inextinguishable sword spirit attacked. Next, the surrounding people also attacked. Inextinguishable axe, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable spear, inextinguishable hand, and all kinds of techniques were used. Lin Xian roared and transformed into a dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He roared at the sky and swung his dragon claws. A Taiji diagram appeared and slammed forward. The 10th emissary's body was pierced by the yin-yang aura and immediately split in half. The 9th emissary was engulfed by Lin Xian's divine flames and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's tail turned into a divine sword and pierced the 6th emissary. As for the 5th emissary, he was crushed by Lin Xian's dragon claws. The 3rd emissary was even more miserable. Lin Xian's Rinnegan turned into the heavenly path and smashed him into dust. The 1st emissary was terrified. He retreated. Damn it. His opponent had even defeated a light-shaking realm cultivator in his dragon form. Now that he had come out, the power of the great dragon sword spirit had increased, and his strength after transforming into a dragon was even more terrifying. Each of these moves had an indestructible power, and they were complemented by a variety of ultimate techniques and divine abilities. They couldn't resist at all. The 9 emissaries were like ants in front of them. They were like ants. His body was also penetrated by a single blow, and he almost died. However, the other attendants weren't so lucky. 3 of the emissaries were completely killed by this attack. In addition to the death of the 7th emissary, they only had 5 emissaries left, and they had all suffered heavy injuries. The 5 of them retreated in fear. They summoned the indestructible tower back to defend the area around them. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't make a move. Although transforming into a dragon was terrifying, it consumed a lot of energy. One had to know that the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal were all very terrifying. It was very difficult to kill such a person even if one used all their methods. Now that he could kill them in one move, it was enough to imagine how terrifying his power would be. The dragon scales on his body slowly disappeared, and his face was a little pale. At this time, the energy stored in the sword world began to provide him and fuse into his body. Lin Xian quickly recovered. Damn it, so many of them died. The third emissary gritted his teeth. The fifth emissary also roared. He could only use such an attack once. He had no more energy left. Yes, the others also nodded frantically. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No more energy? He used Shadowless Heaven's net and the demon god's wings to instantly appear in front of the other party. The great dragon sword spirit appeared in his hand. The dragon-shaped sword shadow pierced through the fifth emissary. The sword chi above exploded and descended. The fifth emissary was torn into pieces. Another one of them was destroyed. Chapter 5430. The fifth emissary fell just like that. The other emissaries saw Lin Xian standing in front of them, but they didn't dare to make a move. They retreated frantically. Damn it, was that sword shadow the real great dragon sword soul? After sending it out, its power was actually so terrifying. Impossible. Damn it. Why did it turn out like this? The third emissary also went crazy. One had to know that they were all incomparably terrifying double champions. They had the inextinguishable runes, the power of the human sovereign. And they had also taken out the weapons of the human sovereign. Could they still not do anything to the other party? Was the other party really just a young man? They had all gone crazy. To be honest, their prediction was right. If it was before, even if Lin Xian had won the championship and had many unique skills, he would have been seriously injured by the 9 emissaries even if he didn't die. But unfortunately, they didn't expect that Lin Xian had fused with the divine fire seed. Although the divine fire seed didn't have much power now, it was still left behind by the great emperor. After the fusion, Lin Xian's strength had increased in all aspects. In addition to the fusion time, it was 500 years, although it was experienced 100,000 years ago, and only a few days had passed since he returned to reality. But Lin Xian had experienced it in real life. His strength was definitely not something that could be imagined when he fought the dragon transformation battle. Therefore, it was normal for these emissaries to feel despair and collapse. Damn it, could it be that he had already become a triple champion? The first emissary gritted his teeth. The only person who could defeat them so easily was probably the Triple Crown champion. What should they do? Should they escape? This time, they had joined forces. If they returned like this, the immortal sovereign would not let them off. The first emissary gritted his teeth. It seemed that he could only use that method. What method? The third emissary asked, in surprise. Was there a way? Why didn't they know? The first emissary's face was cold. He didn't say anything, but the palms in his sleeves had already begun to form seals. As the first of the 10 emissaries, he had received a special order. This was given to him by the human sovereign before he came. That was when necessary, he could sacrifice the other emissaries to launch a peerless attack. The first emissary knelt on the ground. After hearing this, his scalp went numb, and he was even terrified. It turned out that, in the eyes of the human sovereign, they were just ants. It could be destroyed at any time. And the method was to leave the inextinguishable runes in their hearts. As long as the inextinguishable rune was activated, they would not be able to resist. The first emissary was also an ant in a cage, but it was still all right. Out of the 10 emissaries, he was the strongest, so he was considered to have been retained. Furthermore, this time around, he would personally take action. His palms formed a complicated seal, and then he suddenly closed his eyes. The inextinguishable rune at the center of his brows gave off an extremely terrifying radiance. Meanwhile, the expressions of the third emissary and the other survivors also changed. They could feel an unusual aura emanating from the rune between their eyebrows. What was this? A powerful secret technique? They all looked at the first envoy. However, in the next second, they screamed in pain. Their faces were full of fear. The third emissary's pupils shrank. He felt as if the rune between his eyebrows had taken root and sprouted, instantly piercing into his soul. Absorb his life force. Their bodies quickly withered and turned into white bones. Even the white bones were about to shatter and scatter with the wind. The inextinguishable rune at the center of their eyebrows became brighter and brighter, as if it had turned into a black star that illuminated the world. Not only the third emissary, but the other emissaries who were still alive were the same. It could be said that other than the first emissary, the others were all going to die. No. Why are you treating us like this? How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the human sovereign? They roared crazily and stared at the first emissary. The first emissary did not dare to open his eyes. He closed his eyes and said, "This is your destiny. Accept it. You can't resist." Hearing this, the remaining emissaries fell into despair. They no longer resisted, because they also realized that the first emissary could not control the inextinguishable rune at all. This was the power of the human sovereign. They were unwilling to accept this. Had they become cannon fodder? With a scream, the emissaries completely died. The runes at the center of their eyebrows flew out. At the same time, the blood mist drifting between heaven and earth of the emissaries who had died before also quickly condensed. Then 8 runes flickered between heaven and earth. The inextinguishable pagoda grew larger in the air. The first emissary walked in and floated above the 9 heavens. One pagoda shook heaven and earth. 8 gates shook the world. The 8 black undying doors slowly formed into 8 pitch-black doors. It was as if they were connected to the area. Countless inextinguishable auras emerged from inside. Lin Xian frowned after seeing this. Damn it, could it be directly connected to Mount Eternal? He had a bad premonition in his heart. Although he was not afraid of these emissaries, he was still unable to contend against the human sovereign. Although the human sovereign belonged to the human world and was not a great emperor, it represented the ultimate power of the human world. He was still only a great emperor. Although he was powerful, he was still not the Triple Crown champion, not to mention the ultimate power of the human world. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth shook violently, but Lin Xian was shaken out. He frowned tightly. He was actually unable to break through this space. Useless Lin Wudi, don't even think about escaping. This was the legendary 8 Gates Heaven Lock formation. It could even lock up heaven and earth, let alone you. Moreover, this formation was connected to the power of Mount Eternal and would never disappear until you died. So, slowly experience what despair was. The first emissary finally laughed proudly. He could not defeat Lin Wudi. However, the power of Mount Eternal was not something the other party could imagine. 8 Gates Heaven Lock formation. Lin Xian's face became incomparably cold. He shouted coldly, "Break for me!" He roared at the sky. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with power and directly attacked. This was half an apex weapon. At this moment, the power that erupted was truly terrifying. However, the inextinguishable pagoda in the sky directly suppressed, and once again resisted the apex weapon. At the same time, 8 black hands emerged from the 8 pitch-black gates. Each hand was 1,000 meters long and was abnormally strange. There was an extremely terrifying power on it, and a low voice sounded. 8 Gates Soul Lock. One of the palms directly covered Lin Xian's head and sealed his soul. The other palms grabbed Lin Xian's limbs and completely sealed his body. Not only did it seal his soul, but it also sealed his body and blood. The laws that sealed it locked everything. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. The first emissary looked down at this scene and snorted coldly. Do you feel it? The power of a human sovereign is not something an ant like you can contend against. Chapter 54:31. Lin Xian felt as if he had fallen into darkness. His soul seemed to have been swallowed by the darkness. He had never experienced such a feeling before. This array formation was really too terrifying. Among the array formations he had seen, the only one that could contend against the array formation was the defensive array formation set up by the Azure Emperor of the Spirit Realm. The method set up by the human sovereign was actually comparable to that of a great emperor. It was really too terrifying. Just what realm had a human sovereign reached? Lin Xian felt that it might even surpass the quasi-emperor. Damn it, he had underestimated the human sovereign. Lin Xian was now unable to enter the sword world, unable to activate the quasi-emperor corpse. He even felt that his power had been sealed. Could it be that he was really going to be suppressed here forever? Lin Xian roared angrily. Impossible! He roared towards the sky, and dragon scales appeared on his body again. His entire person transformed into a divine dragon. He roared towards the sky. The 8 palms also shook violently, and the entire world was completely shattered. Large cracks spread in all directions, and the mansions of some clans and sects turned into nothingness. Fortunately, those people had fled far away. However, when they saw this scene from afar, they were also terrified. Damn it! Who exactly was this peerless battle? This battle, the matter here, also quickly spread out. It couldn't be helped. This battle was so shocking that it was as if 2 gods were fighting. It's useless. Don't resist. You can't resist at all. This power is not something you can resist. The first emissary in the sky snorted coldly. At the same time, he shouted coldly. The power of the human sovereign was so terrifying that no one could resist it. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his movements became faster and faster. After transforming into a divine dragon, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, fighting against the 8 palms. He wanted to blast away these 8 palms. The sword chi on his body kept surging, wanting to destroy the palms. When it hit the palms, it made a sky-shaking sound. Each strike was like a million bolts of lightning. It was too unbelievable. Although the first emissary had such a strong defense. This was the great dragon sword chi. The first emissary's face was also pale. Although the 8 palms didn't shatter with each attack, his chi and blood were still surging. Damn it. Lin Wudi was still unwilling to give up even after being suppressed. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, with his strength, it was not easy for him to preside over this formation. A similar flame appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows. It was the seed of the divine flame. The seed of divine fire had a mysterious power. If it was in the past, Lin Xian would not have been able to turn the tables when faced with the array set up by the human sovereign. However, it was different now. Although Lin Xian was still unable to contend against a mortal sovereign, he would not be easily suppressed. With a roar, he brandished his dragon claws, tearing everything apart. He actually managed to push back a palm. Then, Lin Xian's divine dragon tail whip contended with the other black palms. For a moment, there was a stalemate, and the first emissary was also forced to retreat. It was almost plucked from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. How could this be? He actually blocked it. I don't believe it. He roared like a madman and pushed with all his might. Because he knew that behind this was the power of the human sovereign. If he failed again, he would definitely die. It was even possible that he would turn into the ninth gate of indestructibility. Therefore, he had to go all out. The power of Mount Indestructibility, which was connected by 8 gates, and the supreme weapon in the sky. He had to contend against it. Lin Xian could only protect himself at the moment. He should not be able to rush out in a short period of time. However, this was already very good for him. Now, the other party could not completely seal him. As long as he was given time, he would be able to rush out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Mount Indestructibility. Wait for him to break through and become a quasi-emperor in the future. He would definitely not forgive this immortal sovereign. The news of such a shocking battle had long spread. However, no one dared to enter and could only watch from afar. When they felt this power, their scalps went numb. At the same time, this news instantly spread to other continents. That was the power of indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility was attacking someone. In the past 5 years, the appearance of Mount Indestructibility had long spread in all directions. Now that the power of indestructibility had appeared, who was it fighting against? Moreover, after such a long time, the power of indestructibility had not disappeared. This meant that the enemy had not retreated. Who could contend against Mount Indestructibility? They thought of several possibilities. However, they were not so sure. When the other emperor clans heard the news, they were also shocked. They sent people to investigate. Although this place was not close to the extreme Tao world, it was still in the Nether Sky continent. Therefore, they guessed that it was most likely Lin Wudi. Had Lin Wudi come out? They were not sure. But only Lin Wudi dared to challenge Mount Eternal like this and contend against it. Moreover, Lin Wudi had previously eliminated several envoys from Mount Indestructibility. Mount Indestructibility had long wanted to kill him. When the people of the Divine Union heard the news, their expressions also changed. Was Boss Lin in danger? Bai Susu hurriedly passed the news to Murong Qingcheng and Yen Ruyu. After the two of them received the news, they immediately set off and headed over. The Crimson Dragon also brought some people over. Not only them, but the Z Mansion, 10,000 Dragon Court, Golden Crow Tribe, and others also knew. Many people sneered. Had Mount Indestructibility made a move, this was a good opportunity to kill Lin Wudi. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold killing intent in their eyes. They brought their extreme Tao weapons. They killed their way out. The Z Mansion also prepared to make a move. The light-shaking realm made a move. Xiaoying and the Purple Mansion Master also made a move. This time, they had to kill Lin Wudi. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the Nether Sky continent again. When these people arrived at the Nether Sky continent, they felt a terrifying aura. The power of an extreme Tao weapon. What a terrifying indestructibility. It should be Lin Wudi. That was the power of the heaven-devouring jar. Mount Indestructibility could actually resist half an extreme Tao weapon. That was too terrifying. Who was it this time? They were incomparably shocked. Murong Qingcheng and the others were worried. They quickly rushed over. Before they arrived, the two sides met and engaged in a huge battle. The people of the Divine Union still wanted to save the kid. Impossible! The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. The 10,000 Dragons diagram instantly charged out. Not good! The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed. Fortunately, Yen Ruyu also took out an extreme Tao weapon. A terrifying green lotus danced and bloomed between heaven and earth. It blocked the attack. Murong Qingcheng took out the Desolate Tower and charged forward. The 10,000 Dragon diagram swayed, and the blood boiled. The elders of the Dragon tribe also felt their scalps go numb. 2 extreme Tao weapons. Damn it, why aren't you making a move? They knew that there were people nearby, and they were from the Z Mansion. The people of the Z Mansion walked out and sneered. The Purple Mansion Master, Xiao Ying, and the others activated the Dragon Cauldron together. For extreme Dao weapons exploded at this moment. All the creatures of the Nether Sky continent prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to resist. Chapter 5432. The four extreme weapons collided once again, causing a shocking destruction. But, fortunately, they flew directly into the outer space. It caused the outer space to shatter continuously. The people on the Nether Sky continent heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to attack their land, it would probably cease to exist. Damn it, they were stopped. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. Morong Qingqing said, "Restrain them." Now that Lin Xian was trapped, he should be able to fight back. But if the Thousand Dragon Court and Zifu joined in, it would be really dangerous. So, no matter what, they had to restrain these two forces. At the same time, they were also looking forward to such a battle. It should alarm the extreme Dao world. If the three street weapons of the extreme Dao world wanted to help, that would be great. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were also worried. If those three-level weapons flew out to help Lin Xian, they would have no advantage. Yao Guang frowned. She had to think of a way to end this quickly. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, "Don't worry, those three fellows won't come." "How can you be so sure?" Yao Guang frowned. 9 Firmament said, "Of course I'm sure, because you have to do something next. As long as this matter is successful, those three extreme weapons won't be in the mood to care about what happens here. There is an extremely unusual place in the Nether Sky continent where something is buried. If you tear a corner of the seal there, the three extreme grade weapons will panic. They will definitely suppress that thing with all their strength, so they won't come out." "What is it?" Yao Guang asked. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor smiled. "Follow my instructions." Next, he began to release the news bit by bit to Yao Guang. Yao Guang soared into the sky and flew in a direction of the Nether Sky continent. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor didn't tell Yao Guang everything because he had to keep some things to guard against the other party. During this period of time, he realized that Yao Guang's ambition was really too big, and this person was extremely sinister. Last time, he even wanted to devour his soul. Although it was only a part, it was enough to make 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor terrified. Although he was an expert from tens of thousands of years ago, he couldn't underestimate this young junior. If the other party had the chance, he would probably kill him. So he had to maintain some mystery and unfathomable to intimidate the other party. On the other side, Yao Guang was expressionless, but he harumphed coldly in his heart. "Old bastard, you are actually hiding something from me. Sooner or later, I will devour you." To obtain the true power of a quasi-emperor, the light-shaking realm cultivator did indeed want to devour the other party. After all, even though he was cooperating with the other party, there was still an old monster in his mind that was a threat. If he could devour the other party, the threat would be gone, and he could even grow stronger. It could be said that he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he knew that now was not the time to make a move. He would only make his move when he was at least 70% confident. Right now, he only had a 30% chance of success, which was too little. The Nether Sky continent was extremely vast. The Astral Light Society used the Gu clan's divine abilities and Void divine abilities, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He could travel any further with Void banishment and space folding. Finally, he arrived at a mountain range. It was very peaceful here. It was terrifyingly quiet. Yao Guang frowned. That's not right. There wasn't even a single demonic beast. What was going on? The situation didn't seem right. Quasi-Emperor, Jiu Shao said with a smile. "Have you noticed? Do you see a valley in this mountain range? There's no movement there. Don't go to that valley. Just break one of its formations near the valley." "What is this place? What kind of valley is this?" Why is it so strange? Yao Guang asked with a frown. Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao smiled mysteriously. You go first. Yao Guang snorted coldly, feeling unhappy. But now, in order to deal with Lin Wuti, she didn't care. He landed outside the valley and attacked the ground. He tore the ground apart, and there was a stone tablet under the ground. A stone turtle was holding a stone tablet. It was very ancient. No one knew when it was buried here. What should he do next? Yao Guang asked. Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao smiled mysteriously. Her soul flew out. He didn't tell Yao Guang the method, but did it himself. After probing with his soul, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seems that it's similar to my speculation. This stone tablet is about to shatter. Even if we don't do anything, it will definitely shatter in 100 years. I'm going to advance it by 100 years. At this point, he waved his hand, and 5 mysterious runes appeared on the palm of his soul. This was also a kind of formation. It was unfathomable to use a formation to break a formation. Yao Guang's pupils constricted. It had devoured countless experts, among which were formation masters. His attainments in formations were also very strong, but now he couldn't understand it. Damn it, this was the difference between him and a quasi-emperor. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound on the stone tablet, and cracks appeared. Then it broke in half from the middle. Great. Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao smiled. 100 years had been brought forward. This time, there would be a show to watch. After saying that, he hurriedly returned to Yao Guang's body. He used the void ability to teleport the broken half of the stone tablet into the universe. As far as possible, don't let anyone find it. At the same time, run quickly. Yao Guang frowned. He still had many questions that he wanted to ask. But in the next moment, he turned around and ran. With a wave of his hand, the power of space wrapped around the broken stone tablet and disappeared with it. In the next moment, in the uninhabited valley in front of him, there was a shrill scream. Then, the surrounding 9 heavens and 10 earths all shattered. Yao Guang used her space ability to the extreme, but he was injured. Damn it, a voice injured him. If he hadn't become a new chaos physique and ran quickly, he would have died there. Damn old thing, you didn't tell me that it was so dangerous. Yao Guang was angry. A valley that looked a little strange, but he didn't care about it was actually so terrifying. What kind of power was that? One had to know that he was very close to winning the Triple Crown, but when he heard the remaining power of the voice, he was almost scared to death. This was a forbidden land for life. Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao smiled. At this moment, they had already arrived in the outer universe. He said, "You guessed right, it's a forbidden land for life. It's the same as Mount Eternal, a forbidden land for death. That valley is called the Valley of No Return. There are also incredible existences inside. When this thing appeared, the 3 extreme weapons of the extreme Tao world panicked. They will definitely come to suppress it. So, you have to do 2 things now. Quickly teleport the broken stone tablet to a place. Don't think about destroying it. You can't destroy it. Only the power of time can destroy it. You just have to make it so that others can't find it. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to go back and kill Lin Wuti. You promised me that his physique is mine." Chapter 54-33. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Zifu, Morong Qingcheng, and Yan Ruyu's battle was getting more and more terrifying. Extreme Tao power erupted and swept across heaven and earth. The nether sky continent shook violently. Finally, the extreme Tao world was alerted. Destructive spear, and the others' eyes shone with a cold light. What was going on? They all rushed out. To be honest, the extreme Tao world wouldn't care about the battle outside. They had their own missions, but the battle of 4 extreme weapons was too terrifying. They had to go because the extreme weapons were fighting on the Nether Sky continent. Could it be that they were targeting Lin Xian at this time? The Treasure of Life was worried. Black Tortoise also said, "Let's go and take a look." The 3 extreme weapons rushed out. The moment they appeared, their extreme aura also erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and Purple Palace sensed this, their expressions changed. Not good. If the 3 extreme weapons interfered, they had no chance of winning. They all wanted to escape. However, when the 3 apex weapons rushed out, they were stunned halfway through their journey, because they felt an even more terrifying aura erupt and sweep across the 9 heavens. At this moment, Yanruyu, Morong Qingcheng, and the others all stopped. They looked into the distance in horror. What was going on there? The people from Zifu and 10,000 Dragon Dynasty felt their scalps go numb. They felt a shocking power. Was there something terrifying in the Nether Sky continent? They couldn't believe it. Destructive Spear roared. "Damn it, it's the Valley of No Return." Who opened the seal? No, they had to suppress it. 8 trigrams was also anxious. The Treasure of Life sighed and glanced into the distance. He shot out a streak of life energy. Then he went to suppress the seal of the Valley of No Return. Logically speaking, it should only be opened 100 years later. Now that it suddenly appeared, they were all shocked. They definitely couldn't allow it to come out now. The 3 extreme weapons charged towards the Valley of No Return. They wanted to suppress and repair the formation. "Let's go." When the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and Zifu sensed this, they laughed out loud. "Ha ha, great. Let's see who can save Lin Xian this time." However, this time, he would die. The faces of Morong Qingcheng and the others were cold. Yao Guang used a spatial spell to teleport the broken stone tablet away. No one would be able to find it in a short period of time. Then he turned around and teleported back to the Nether Sky continent. He was ready to attack Lin Xian. "Let's go and kill Lin Wudi." The people from the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Purple Mansion also attacked. Morong Qingcheng, Yanruyu, and the others from the Divine Union intercepted him. They fought as they flew. Gradually, they approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian was currently inside the 8 Gates Fatal Blow Formation. The 8 pitch-black doors in the sky emitted an indestructible aura, as if they wanted to obliterate Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was resisting the terrifying power, but this power was getting weaker and weaker. He probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. That brat was not dead yet. After the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty arrived, they roared at the sky. However, they didn't act blindly without thinking. This was because they realized that the formation in front of them was extremely terrifying. Big Brother Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and the others had also arrived. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately became nervous. That despicable Mount Eternal. Morong Qingcheng shouted, and immediately activated the Desolate Tower to attack. The Desolate Tower blasted forward, causing the 8 Gates Fatal Blow Formation to shake violently. Inside the Supreme Pagoda, the first emissary opened his eyes. His face was extremely pale, despicable, an extreme weapon. He spat out blood. He didn't expect that someone would come to save Lin Xian. Was he going to fail? However, when he saw the scene, he sneered. This was because he realized that other than people who came to save Lin Xian, there were also people who wanted to kill Lin Xian. "What should we do?" Long Wu from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty asked. A divine ancestor from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, both sides have extreme weapons. The other side can't use extreme weapons to save each other. Next, we will fight with numbers. We outnumber them. Enter the formation and kill Lin Xian." The four extreme weapons were in a stalemate in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. Up until now, they hadn't fully recovered. It was probably a matter of resources. However, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty started to move. 9 experts from the dragon race charged forward. They said, "Those from Mount Eternal, please allow us to enter. We want to kill Lin Wuti." Xiaoying and the others from the Purple Mansion sect also walked in and said coldly, "Your strength isn't enough to kill Lin Wuti, but with our strength, you can definitely do it." "That's right, kill him." A light-shaking realm cultivator appeared. When they saw this, the Divine Union's people's faces turned ugly. A light-shaking realm cultivator was too terrifying. Very few people were a match for him. Morong Qingcheng and Yan Ryu also had cold expressions. The two of them weren't a match for the other side, but if they joined forces, they could fight against a light-shaking realm cultivator. However, could the Divine Union's people fight against the others? "Fight!" by Susu, and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon also roared, "Kill!" A great battle broke out in an instant. Not only were there extreme weapons, but the Divine Union's people were also fighting. It was very terrifying. On the other side, the first emissary's face was cold. He really couldn't kill Lin Xian in an instant. The people around him were so terrifying, and they had more than one extreme weapon. After thinking about it, he also felt that a long delay might lead to trouble, so he was prepared to end the battle quickly. He said, "Okay, I'll let you in." The 9 experts from the dragon race walked in. On the other side, the Purple Mansion sect's experts also entered. Morong Qingcheng and Yan Ruyu joined forces to stop the light-shaking realm cultivator. They definitely wouldn't allow the light-shaking realm cultivators to hurt Lin Xian. As for the others, the Divine Union's people stopped them. However, people like Xiaoying and the others were very terrifying. They were invincible. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. "Lin Wuti, die!" Xiaoying sneered. He was very fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and slapped out. The terrifying palm swept through the 9 heavens. Nothing could stop it. Xiaoying's strength had become stronger than before. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, was surrounded by 8 palms. The black undying hand seemed to want to seal him. Feeling the danger, he opened his eyes. In his right eye, there was a trace of extremely terrifying reincarnation light. Xiaoying was stunned when he felt this eye, but he quickly gritted his teeth. "Lin Wuti, it's useless. I admit that you're stronger than me and won the championship. But now, what about you? You've been suppressed, sealed, and heavily injured. It's easy for me to kill you." After saying that, Xiaoying slapped out again. Lin Xian didn't say anything. His Rinnegan eye spun rapidly and turned into a ball of reincarnation flame that flew out. Boom! This ball of flame was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky and earth shook, apart from the undying hand. The others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Wuti actually had this kind of power. Chapter 54-34. Xiaoying was also startled. This flame really exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, Lin Xian was pale and sealed by 8 palms. He didn't have much strength left. That was why he was the first to rush over. Lin Xian was the champion of the dragon transformation battle. If he killed him personally, there would be a lot of benefits. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying. There was an earth-shattering sound as his palms were enveloped in flames. In the next moment, he screamed and retreated. He was severely injured. He gritted his teeth. "Let's do it." The 9 powerhouses of the dragon tribe stepped forward, emitting a terrifying killing intent. "Kill!" by Susu Toad, and the Crimson Dragon stopped 3 of them. The remaining 6 rushed out. The six of them working together was still very terrifying. Their power completely surpassed Xiao Ying's. At this moment, the people around them were worried for Lin Xian. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were looking forward to it. They should be able to kill Lin Wuti this time. Kill him and avenge the Dragon Prince. Lin Wuti, go to hell. An elder from the dragon tribe shouted coldly. He threw out a punch, and it was as if a huge dragon was sweeping through the world. Stupid thing, you offended Mount Eternal and were suppressed. Today is the day you die. Another expert from the dragon tribe roared angrily again and struck out lightning that filled the sky. It turned into a lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Then a terrifying wind dragon, a terrifying sea dragon, and the divine ancestors of the six great dragon tribes attacked one after another. They enveloped the world. This was the power of a fatal blow. Xiao Ying and the others were terrified. The people of the divine union were in despair. No, boss. Damn it. They roared crazily. Lin Xian could have dodged if he was at his peak. However, he had been sealed by the people of Mount Eternal. How could he dodge? Even a divine body wouldn't be able to withstand it if he were to take it head-on. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the number one emissary in the sky sneered. It was over. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. Although he was enveloped by the indestructible hand, it didn't mean that anyone could attack him. His current strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Therefore, he will make these people of the Dragon Clan regret. The Rinnegan in his right eye suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying brilliance. Those reincarnation runes kept interweaving, and terrifying reincarnation power rushed out. It exploded between heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone was terrified. Their scalps went numb, and Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. He used a power that surpassed everything and summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. Wang, between heaven and earth, the six paths of reincarnation turned into a sword of reincarnation. Although it was an illusion, it was incomparably terrifying. It became the most resplendent light in the world. His appearance caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The six sacred ancestors of the dragon tribe narrowed their eyes. Damn it, that's impossible. How could he still have such power? They roared crazily and even wanted to escape. However, the phantom of the Samsara sword slashed down and enveloped them. Six paths of reincarnation. These divine ancestors of the dragon race screamed miserably as their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Then, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom! The 8 gates heaven-locked great array shook violently. The 2 pitch-black gates that were struck by the Samsara sword started to crack. There was no other way. The Samsara sword was too terrifying. Although it was just an illusion, its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian sighed. His right eye slowly closed, and a stream of blood dripped down from it. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The first emissary spat out a mouthful of blood. The great array was damaged, and he also suffered a backlash. The people of the dragon tribe went crazy. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty roared crazily. No, with this sword strike, the 6 divine ancestors of the dragon clan disappeared. Were their souls taken away by reincarnation? Damn it, that's impossible. They roared crazily. How could Lin Wuti be so powerful? This was completely beyond their understanding. 5 years ago, Lin Wuti was definitely not this terrifying. The people of the Purple Mansion also frowned. Damn it, the situation was beyond their expectations. Xiao Ying was completely stunned. The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Great. Boss Lin had become even stronger than before. Murong Qingcheng and the others' nervousness also eased a bit. Lin Xian sighed and stood up. The 8 gates heaven-locked great array had almost sealed him, But now the people of the Divine Union had come and started to attack the array. In addition, there were extreme weapons in the sky. Although they did not attack the array, the aura they emitted made the array shake violently. The array was already on the verge of collapse. Coupled with Lin Xian's summons and the Samsara sword, the array was destroyed. A few cracks appeared on the indestructible hand, and Lin Xian finally walked out of the seal. His expression was extremely cold. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty, the Purple Mansion, and the families and sects that dared to come and kill me are all dead. Lin Xian's murderous intent continued to surface. He was truly enraged. He looked at Xiaoying first. "How dare you be the first to come and kill me? You deserve to die." He walked over step by step. His speed was not fast, and his body was shaking a little. After all, he had been sealed for too long. However, Xiaoying's scalp went numb. He was frightened by Lin Wudi's aura. After all, that sword had been too terrifying. The Purple Mansion master roared crazily. Don't be afraid of him. He could only use the Samsara sword once. His Rinnegan could no longer be used, and he did not have much strength left. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Xiaoying, kill him. Yes, that's right. Xiaoying's eyes flashed malevolently. He could see that Lin Xian's right eye was bleeding and was completely closed. There was not much strength left in his body. Lin Wudi, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are at your peak? If you were at your peak, I would turn and run. However, you are too injured now. Do you know how much my strength has improved in the past 5 years? You are no match for me at all. Xiaoying roared crazily and attacked. Xiao's blade, Shadow's sword, a long blade appeared in his left hand, and a demon sword appeared in his right. Both the blade and the sword attacked. The great Tao above continued to erupt. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Even the other Double Crown champions wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Wudi was weak now. How could he block it? Ha ha! Go to hell! Wonderful! The Purple Palace Lord laughed, and even the light-shaking realm cultivators were ready to attack. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor in his mind was ready to rush out at any time. Not good. Brother Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and the others were worried again. Without the Rinnegan, could Lin Xian still resist? Retreat quickly. The Crimson Dragon roared. Run away quickly. We will come back for revenge later. Leave? Lin Xian shook his head. Why should I leave? He is just an ant. I can kill him easily. There is no need to leave. Chapter 54:35. What did you say? Did you just call me an ant? How dare you look down on me? Xiaoying roared crazily as the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. Go to hell. Lin Wudi. Lin Xian stretched out a finger, and a terrifying sword chi appeared on the tip of his finger. He then pointed it forward. The sword illuminated the area and became the only thing in the world. After the light flashed, Xiaoying stopped. Xiaoying stopped there. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Then, with that hole as the center, his body split in half. One move had destroyed his body and soul. Everyone went crazy. The people from the Purple Mansion could not believe what they had seen. Xiaoying had been killed in one move. Xiaoying was a Double Crown champion who was ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Transformation Battle. His strength had increased over the past 5 years, but he had been killed by Lin Wudi in one move. It was too shocking. Not only were the people from the Purple Mansion shocked, but the people from the Divine Union were also stunned. Morong Qingcheng's eyes widened, and the Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. Damn, what level had this kid reached? I have said that those who came to kill me will have to pay the price. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Then he let out a furious roar. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into divine dragons, piercing through all directions. More than 10 figures who were close to him were pierced through and nailed to the ground. The others felt their scalps go numb as they retreated in fear. The people from the Golden Crow tribe trembled. Damn it! Lin Wudi's fighting strength was too heaven-defying. Had he become a Triple Crown champion? On the other side, the people from the Twin Destiny tribe were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Now, they regretted coming to kill Lin Wudi. This was great. The people from the Divine Union cheered. Although they felt like they were in a dream, they saw hope. Lin Xian left lotuses under his feet wherever he went. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shattered. With a wave of his hand, he took out the spear of great destruction and launched a counterattack. He did not even turn his head. However, the black great obliteration spear turned into a black lightning bolt and pierced through the 9 heavens. Puff! The first emissary was pierced through by the black great spear of annihilation, blasting him into pieces. He turned into a bloody mist and fled back into the Supreme Pagoda. It was only by relying on the supreme power of the Supreme Pagoda that he managed to preserve his life. However, he was also seriously injured. With a wave of his hand, the Great Destruction spear flew over. Like a demon god, Lin Xian walked forward once more. He stared at Yao Guang. Yao Guang's expression also darkened. In truth, he had been impatient to kill Lin Xian. Firstly, it was to prove himself. Secondly, it was to kill the other party. One less potential enemy. But now, he was shaken because he realized that Lin Xian was really too powerful. She was completely different from the person he knew. Just what kind of good fortune did this kid obtain in the extreme Dao world? Why did it become so terrifying? Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian arrived in front of him and said coldly, "Yao Guang, you want to kill me?" Yao Guang coldly snorted. "What if I say yes?" Just as he finished speaking, the great destruction turned into a bolt of lightning and struck towards him. Courting death, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared, leaving a large crack in the void. He used the void ability and retreated, but his blood was churning and his expression was extremely ugly. He took a step forward. Yang Tian angrily shouted, "I'm not trash like Xiaowing. It won't be so easy for you to kill me." Buzz. Lin Xian's demon god wings unfurled and flapped lightly, instantly arriving in front of Yao Guang. The Great Destruction spear shot out again, like a black dragon. The inheritance of the great emperor and the power of the great dragon sword spirit merged together. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He did not dare to face it head-on and dodged again. At the same time, he used the void ability, but it was useless. Everything was turned into ashes by the Great Destruction spear. Yao Guang's shoulder was swept and instantly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. His bones were shattered. He was too powerful. He actually suppressed Yao Guang so easily. The surrounding Golden Crow clan and Destiny clan members were shocked. Even the Zifu clan members could not believe it. Yao Guang had lost to Lin Wudi before, but that was only after using all of his methods. However, the current Lin Xian was able to easily suppress a light, shaking realm cultivator. Yao Guang's broken shoulder also quickly healed. He roared at the sky. "Damn it, I don't believe it! When did the gap between the two of them become so large? Why do I feel that elder brother Xian's aura is different?" Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed. Yan Ryu also frowned, but she could not tell what was different. They were not the only ones. The other sacred ancestors also had the same feeling. They felt that Lin Xian's aura was completely different from before. They did not know that Lin Xian had merged with the divine flame seed. At this moment, his body already carried a mysterious aura. Of course, it was different from before. Not convinced? Lin Xian looked forward and coldly laughed. "Then I'll beat you until you're convinced." The Great Destruction spear danced and slashed down. Yao Guang angrily shouted. He waved his hands, and a black vortex appeared. Devour. Not only could the demonic heaven-devouring technique devour others, but it also had a mysterious power. At this moment, it seemed to want to devour Lin Xian's attack. Boom. The great destruction spear was blocked. At this moment, Lin Xian punched out. This punch carried a monstrous flame power that seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the black vortex was punched through, and the punch landed on Yao Guang's body. Yao Guang was smashed into pieces. His body was ignited, and he let out a miserable roar. Damn it! The primal chaos aura on his body completely erupted, suppressing heaven and earth. Only then was he able to escape. However, his expression had become incomparably ugly. Was he defeated? The other party easily destroyed his physique. One had to know that he already had a new primal chaos body. Damn it! What kind of power was this? In his mind, the quasi-emperor 9 Firmaments was also shocked. Yao Guang said, "Old thing, are you still not going to make a move? Don't you want to devour him? Use your boundary emperor power." The quasi-emperor 9 Firmaments expression was cold. "If I could do it myself, why would I need you? Previously, you devoured a part of my soul. Later, I destroyed the stone tablet of the Valley of No Return. Do you think I don't need power to restrain 3 extreme-grade weapons? I have no power left." Indeed, the quasi-emperor 9 Firmaments was very terrifying. He destroyed the stone tablet, and the 3 extreme-grade weapons had not returned yet. His methods were indeed terrifying. However, he was after all a remnant soul, so he couldn't come out at all to face Lin Xian. After hearing this, Yao Guang's expression became completely ugly. Originally, they had restrained the extreme-grade weapons of the extreme-grade world. They thought that they had a chance of winning this time and could kill Lin Wudi. They would get everything they wanted. However, the current situation was completely beyond their expectations. Could it be that they had to return empty-handed today? In fact, the situation might be even more difficult than he had imagined, because Lin Xian didn't seem to intend to let him go. Demon God Seal. A large black seal was slapped out, sweeping between heaven and earth, attacking Yao Guang. Chapter 5436. Yao Guang used the primal chaos fist to fight back. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. The primal chaos fist was no match for Yao Guang. Yao Guang was pushed back. He used the bloodline divine axe and seemed to have turned into a giant. Die! Yao Guang shouted angrily and attacked. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He opened his hands and grabbed at the primal chaos axe. He put his hands together and slapped the primal chaos axe. With a clang, he caught hold of the giant axe. Damn! Impossible! The Purple Mansion Master jumped up. Her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others were also shocked. What kind of divine power was this? There seemed to be a mysterious flame dancing between Lin Xian's eyebrows. After fusing with the divine fire seed, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had experienced 500 years in the past. During this period of time, his strength had also increased. Therefore, Yao Guang was no match for him now. Holding the primal chaos divine axe with both hands, Lin Xian kicked out. He kicked Yao Guang away like a coiling dragon. Yao Guang's body cracked again, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian didn't stop attacking. His fist swept down like a storm. Yao Guang's body, which had just healed, was broken again. Once, twice, thrice. Yao Guang's body was broken 10 times. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the demon god seal. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with despair. Defeated. He had lost so miserably. The surrounding people were all stunned. Yao Guang had the primal chaos body. He was ranked second in the Dragon Transformation Station, second only to Lin Xian. Now, he couldn't fight back at all. Damn it! Yao Guang roared crazily. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned into a black vortex and pounced at Lin Xian. He used the demonic heaven-devouring art to the extreme, wanting to forcefully devour Lin Xian. Not good. Murong Qingcheng and the others cried out in alarm. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and the black, heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand. He slammed it forward. It also turned into a giant vortex and swallowed Yao Guang. Light-shaking realm cultivators howled in pain. Lin Xian sneered. How could it be? After devouring so many experts over the years, it must be the taste of being devoured. The heaven-swallowing jar erupted with a terrifying radiance, and Yao Guang went crazy. Help me! He cried for help. In his mind, the quasi-emperor of the 9 firmaments gritted his teeth. Damn it! He did not hesitate to damage his soul again, to launch a world-shaking attack. The heaven-swallowing jar shook. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an extremely sharp light. Suppress him. So what if he had the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor? This time, he would definitely not let him escape. A large amount of energy surged out from the sword world. The heavenly quasi-emperor was also helpless. His eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that he was going to die here this time? How dare you? When the Purple Mansion Master saw this, he hurriedly controlled the dragon pattern cauldron to descend. Boom! Above the dragon pattern tripod, the 2 dragons danced and intertwined. They attacked the heaven-swallowing jar and sent it flying. Only then had he managed to save Yao Guang. At this moment, Yao Guang's body was shattered, and he was in a miserable state. The soul of the 9 firmaments in his mind was also injured and fell into a deep sleep. He was completely defeated in this battle. This was a good opportunity. Yan Ruyu, Murong Qingcheng, and the others in the sky seized this opportunity and attacked crazily. Many people on the Purple Mansion side were instantly swept by the extreme weapons and turned into bloody mist. Even the 10,000 Dragons Court's 10,000 Dragons picture was suppressed again. Damn it! The 10,000 Dragons Court's sacred master roared crazily as he looked up at the first emissary in the sky. Is Mount Eternal still not going to make a move? The first emissary was also in a miserable state. He used the power of the Supreme Treasure Pagoda and barely blocked the attack. The Purple Mansion Master hurriedly brought Yao Guang and used the dragon pattern cauldron again. The 2 sides faced off. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yao Guang was heavily injured, but with the protection of the extreme weapons, it would not be easy to kill the other party. However, he quickly changed his target. In that case, he would make a move on the surrounding people. He walked over like a god walking in the mortal world. Countless sword qi and divine flames appeared in his hand, along with the aura of yin and yang. Every time the sword qi slashed down, someone from the Purple Mansion, the 10,000 Dragons Court, the Golden Crow Race, and the Twins of Destiny would die. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts had been turned into a sea of blood and fell in the surroundings. The entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Everyone went crazy. Retreat, quickly retreat. The Golden Crow Race and the Twins of Destiny frantically ran away. In the end, all of them were killed. Only the Purple Mansion Master and some core members of the 10,000 Dragons Court were left. They were protected by the extreme aura, or else they would have died. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons Court's dragon race were red. They had suffered such heavy losses this time. The Purple Mansion Master roared crazily. They were in an even worse state. Xiaoying was dead, and Yao Guang was heavily injured. These were 2 peak double champions, and they were young and had a boundless future. But now they had been beaten so miserably by Lin Xian. Let's go! The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. It was impossible to kill his opponent this time. It was already good enough that he was not killed by his opponent. He didn't dare to fight anymore. The eyes of the 10,000 Dragons court were red. They couldn't bear it. Damn it, ask Lord Dragontomb to come out. They were prepared to summon Lord Dragontomb again. Last time, when they were carefully preparing to kill Lin Xian, they had asked Lord Dragontomb to come out. However, in the end, a quasi-emperor appeared and scared Lord Dragontomb away. And now, this quasi-emperor had fought with the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race and hadn't returned yet. Now that there was no quasi-emperor who could protect Lin Wuti, they were prepared to ask Lord Dragontomb again. The dragon chi on these people's bodies was monstrous, forming a huge teleportation array. Endless dragon shadows appeared inside. In the next moment, an old figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of suppression because this Lord Dragontomb had one foot that had surpassed the Saint Realm. He was a very terrifying existence, and he was the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. His status was extraordinary, definitely not ordinary. Lord Dragontomb sat cross-legged in the void. He slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter? Summoning me? His voice was low and deep, and it carried a trace of supreme pressure. The Dragon Clan hurriedly said, asking Lord Dragontomb to kill Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti again. Lord Dragontomb frowned tightly. The Dragon Lord quickly relayed the news to him. Lord Dragontomb exclaimed, an extremely terrifying light erupting from his eyes. He stood up. Was this a good opportunity to kill the other party? Since that was the case, he wouldn't give up. Young man, kneel down and accept your death. This time, no quasi-emperor can protect you. An extremely terrifying light erupted from Dragontomb's eyes. It turned into lightning and charged directly towards Lin Xian. Boom. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. It was terrifying to the extreme. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the heaven-swallowing jar. A terrifying vortex floated in front of him, resisting the terrifying lightning. Chapter 5437. The heaven-swallowing jar blocked this attack. Boundless spatial cracks were spreading all around. It made one scalp go numb. Did it block it? Lord Longmu's face darkened. Half of the heaven-swallowing jar. Humph. He snorted coldly. Do you think this thing can protect your life? The killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian held the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the old figure in the sky. He said coldly, "You are Long Xiaoqian's guardian. Get lost now. Otherwise, I will send you to hell to accompany him." The surrounding people were at a loss and unfamiliar with the name Long Xiaotian. Who was this person? However, the pupils of the experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted, especially Lord Longmu, who was instantly furious. How dare you call the Dragon Emperor by his name? Go to hell. Endless light appeared on his body. He even grabbed the 10,000 Dragons portrait with one hand and drew 10,000 dragon shadows that covered the sky and earth as they charged over. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the black vortex that filled the sky swallowed over. Murong Qingcheng also released the power of the desolate tower to resist. The two of them barely resisted this attack. There was nothing they could do. Longmu's cultivation was stronger than theirs, and he had already stepped out of the Saint Realm. The extreme weapon he used was really too terrifying. Old thing, do you really think I can't deal with you? Lin Xian was also furious. His eyes shone with an extremely terrifying light. This attack also caused his blood to boil. He waved his hand and took out a figure from the sword world. It was an imposing man who stood tall and upright. His appearance caused the surrounding heaven and earth to crumble. Everyone could not help but want to kneel down and submit. Even Long Mu's pupils constricted. This was a quasi-emperor. He was so scared that he almost turned around and fled because he was already very close to this realm. Therefore, he knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor's power was. In the era where the great emperor did not appear, this was a godlike existence that could sweep through everything. Yao Guang's pupils also constricted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, don't be afraid. This is just the corpse of a quasi-emperor." Hearing this, Lord Long Mu stopped. He turned his head, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Was it just a corpse? He sneered. "You think you can scare me with a corpse? What a joke. That's good as well. After I snatch this quasi-emperor corpse, I can study it. Perhaps in a few years, I will be able to become a new quasi-emperor." He was elated. However, Long Wu's brows were tightly knitted together. She said, "Don't underestimate the old ancestor. This guy can merge with the corpse of a quasi-emperor." He had to stop him. Hearing this, Lord Long Mu's eyes also burst with an extremely terrifying light. He held the myriad dragon's picture in his hand and turned into a supreme god of war. A terrifying extreme Tao aura descended. Countless black vortexes appeared around Lin Xian to defend himself. At the same time, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. His soul entered the quasi-emperor corpse, wanting to control it. He had used it once before, and its power was astonishing. However, something unexpected happened this time. Lin Xian's soul had just approached the quasi-emperor corpse and wanted to enter, but the moment it entered, it was bounced back. Lin Xian's soul returned to its original position. His body swayed, and his face instantly turned pale. "Damn it, what's going on?" Lin Xian was stunned. His soul couldn't enter. He couldn't control this quasi-emperor corpse. The others were also stunned. What's going on? Morong Qingcheng and the others were anxious, but Yao Guang, Long Wu, and the others frowned. Soon, they said that they couldn't merge with this quasi-emperor corpse. "Great. Old ancestor, this is your chance. Quickly kill him. Can't merge? That's impossible." Crimson Dragon and the others were anxious because Lin Xian had indeed merged with it before. Lin Xian also frowned. This is impossible. He tried again. However, his soul couldn't enter at all. What's going on? In an instant, Lin Xian understood that he was different from before. He had merged with a divine flame seed and had the power of a divine flame in his body. Not only his physique, but also his soul. The quasi-emperor corpse in front of him most likely didn't walk the divine Tao, but the immortal Tao. The divine Tao and the immortal Tao condensed divine flames, and the immortal Qi condensed. Although the main force didn't form true immortal Qi, a wisp of immortal Qi seed was different from a divine flame. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't enter and control the other party now. This was truly unexpected news, and Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Lord Long Mu in the sky sneered. "Kid, you don't have any trump cards, right? Since that's the case, you can die in peace." As he spoke, the 10,000 dragon portrait in the sky became even more terrifying. He attacked forcefully, killing the other party and snatching the quasi-emperor corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He put away the quasi-emperor corpse, and in the next moment, dragon scales grew on his body. The great dragon sword soul appeared, and the moment it appeared, it displayed unparalleled offensive power. Then Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon and opened the sword world in his body. Infinite power surged out. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. This time, the power of his dragon transformation was even more terrifying than in the extreme Tao world. "Kill." With a furious roar, he soared into the sky and fought with the 10,000 dragon portrait. "You're courting death." Long Mu snorted coldly. do you think you're a true dragon just because you transformed into a dragon? In his opinion, the 10,000 dragon portrait could easily kill the other party. However, after a few collisions, the 10,000 dragon portrait was actually helpless. The other party was using the power of the great dragon sword soul. Was he going to merge with the great dragon sword? He was too shocked. He knew about the legend of the great dragon sword. Back then, the offensive power of heaven and earth merged with an ancestral dragon of their dragon race to form the great dragon sword. Now that Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, didn't this mean that he had the aptitude of an ancestral dragon? He gritted his teeth and roared. Endless power appeared on his body. He had white hair and turned into a handsome middle-aged man. It was obvious that he had used some of his true power. One had to know that he was already very old. Usually, he sealed his power and lived in the state of an old man, because this could prolong his life. Now that he could desperately recover to his peak, he wanted to use all of his power. The 10,000 dragon portrait became even more terrifying in his hands. At the same time, a gourd appeared in his hand. A black gourd spun non-stop, spewing out endless Tao of dragon aura, which formed a suit of armor on his body. The armor contained a terrifying amount of power. Kid, do you know my identity? I'm the tomb keeper of the Dragon Emperor. Now that I've taken out something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb, it's not something you can contend against. Go to hell. Sensing the power of this armor, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Damn it, this is the Dragon Emperor's item, right? Morong Qingcheng and the others were also shocked. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. Oh no, the power on it is too strong. Will it fully awaken the extreme Tao weapon? Chapter 54:38. Yenryu also frowned. She carefully sensed and then shook her head. It was not a complete recovery. However, it far surpassed the extreme Tao power that we are using now. She also began to worry for Lin Xian. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty laughed. Kid, what do you have to contend against our dragon race? Our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is an emperor race. The methods and treasures left behind by the great emperor are not something you can imagine. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian also frowned. In the next moment, he collided with the 10,000 dragon diagram. He was forced back and even spat out a mouthful of blood. Not dead yet? Everyone exclaimed. One had to know that the current extreme Tao weapons were too terrifying. However, Lin Xian was only injured. It was too unbelievable. Long Mu's eyes also erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He stretched the black gourd to its limit. From inside, an ocean-like aura of the Tao of dragons emerged. He was going to attack again, recover his peak strength. He had consumed a lot of energy, and it was very likely that he would speed up its death, so he was prepared to end the battle quickly. Lin Xian was also angry. He once again activated the sword world in his body. A competition of strength? Then let's go all out. He now had some power in the sword world, but it was mainly to maintain the growth of the spirit herbs inside and to restore the sword world. Therefore, Lin Xian was usually unwilling to use it, but when it came to fighting with his life on the line, he couldn't care less. Wasn't it just recovering the power of the extreme Tao? He had also fully recovered the power of the great dragon sword spirit. However, at this time, the situation changed. A black ring flew out from the sword world and directly rushed out of the world. It arrived in front of Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw the ring, he was stunned. This was because he had obtained this black ring during this period of time. When he entered the oblique moon cave in the extreme Tao world, other than a stone monkey, there was also a sleeping man. That man was sleeping on top of the dragon mountain formed by 10,000 dragons. He was extremely mysterious. There were countless dragons crawling beside him. Back then, Lin Xian thought that man was the Dragon Emperor. However, when he returned to 90,000 years ago, he realized that the Dragon Emperor was not that person. That person's identity? Lin Xian was suspicious again. She guessed that it must be related to the Dragon Clan. It was even possible that he was an expert from the Dragon Clan, who was even more ancient than the Dragon Emperor. Now that one of his rings had flown out, what would happen next? The black ring appeared and flew to Lin Xian's left thumb before fusing together. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying radiance erupt from his left hand. The black ring suddenly fused with Lin Xian's left hand. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a dragon, and his left hand was a dragon claw. This was a dragon claw that was emitting a black glow, as if it was made of black gold. An extremely terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian was shocked by this power. He could feel that there was unlimited power in his left hand. Kill. He did not dare to hesitate. In an instant, the dragon claw on his left hand swung out. He immediately turned into an aurora and charged at Lord Longmu. Lord Longmu's pupils constricted. Block it. He used the 10,000 dragons diagram to block it. In the next moment, the two collided. Endless aurora formed between heaven and earth, and the entire nether sky continent shook violently. At this moment, not only the nether sky continent, but the entire burial earth star sensed it. They looked into the distance. Shocking. Extreme Tao confrontation. Who was it? Was there another war between the Emperor clans? It was really too unbelievable. The other Emperor clans, Yi clan, Gu clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan, all looked up at the sky. This was the aura of an extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram. The other was also the aura of the Dragon Clan. Their brows furrowed tightly. I wonder who's the one fighting. Retreat. The people near the battle retreated even more frantically. Morong Qingcheng, Yan Ruyu, and the others withdrew their extreme weapons and led the people of the Divine Union into the distance. Not only them, but the Zifu clan, Dragon Clan, Golden Crow, and the others all fled. The number one emissary of Mount Eternal also retreated. The place where Lin Xian was turned into a land of nothingness. At this moment, a scream was heard as blood dripped from the sky. Someone was injured. They looked up nervously. Even the 10,000 Dragons dynasty was nervous. Who was it? Was it Lord Longmu or Lin Xian? 10,000 Dragon dynasties Long Wu gritted her teeth and said, "Who was Lord Longmu?" He had already taken out the treasure from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. How could he be injured? Yes, that's right. The other Dragon Clan powerhouses also nodded. Lord Longmu was definitely an invincible existence this time. On the other side, the people of the Divine Union were nervous. Could it be that Brother Xian was injured? Damn it, it was possible. How could the Dragon Emperor's things be simple? That power was too strong. The Crimson Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Bai Susu was also nervous. If Lin Xian was injured, they had to quickly take him away. Morong Qingcheng and Yan Ryu nodded. They were ready to make a move at any time. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. It wasn't just them. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was dumbfounded. The people of the Zifu clan were shocked. The others were even more dumbfounded because the injured one wasn't Lin Xian. It was Lord Longmu. At this moment, Lin Xian transformed into a dragon and used the power of his divine body and dragon soul to block the 10,000 Dragons portrait. His dragon claws pierced through Lord Longmu's body. Fresh blood dripped from Lord Longmu's wound, piercing through heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared on the entire Yutian continent. This was blood that surpassed that of a saint. It was too strong. Nothing could stop it. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Purple Mansion Master exclaimed, "This was impossible. How could Lin Wuti be so strong? Had he fully recovered his great dragon sword soul? The people of the Dragon Clan were even more crazy. The Dragon Clan's divine ancestor shook his head frantically. They were about to kneel down. Impossible! Lord Longmu definitely wouldn't be injured. What they saw was an illusion. Longmu's face was also pale. Lord Longmu's strength was terrifying. Furthermore, he was wearing the dragon armor. That was something from the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It could definitely increase Lord Longmu's defense infinitely. However, the armor was broken and Lord Longmu was injured. How did Lin Wuti do it? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. He had succeeded. The Crimson Dragon couldn't believe it. Murong Qingcheng and the others also widened their beautiful eyes. Brother Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. This trump card was too strong. Could it be that this was a fortune obtained in the extreme Dao realm? Long Mu was also stunned. The injuries on her body made her go crazy. He was injured? What a joke. However, the truth was right in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at the dragon claw. At this moment, Lin Xian's dragon claw had turned black. It was as if it was made of black dragon metal. That might cause his body to tremble. Without any clues, who knew where they would fall? Could it be that something from the Valley of No Return was really going to come out this time? Mount Eternal and the Valley of No Return had already come out. If they were to come out, the situation would be more dangerous than they had imagined. Just as they were panicking, Lin Xian and the others rushed over from behind. Seniors, what's going on? Lin Xian and the others asked after they arrived. The black tortoise 8 trigrams was overjoyed. Great, you guys are here. Quick, how many more extreme weapons do you have? Take it out. Together, they suppressed the valley in front of them. They absolutely could not let the thing inside out. What was in this valley? Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Was there such a terrifying place in the Nether Sky continent? Looking at the valley in front of them, Lin Xian felt as if he had come to Mount Eternal. He knew that this should be a forbidden land of death. Let's do it, he said to Qingcheng and Ruyu. They nodded. The desolate tower, green lotus, and heaven-devouring jar bloomed. Let's do it together, he said to the people of the Divine Union. There were 3 more extreme weapons. This time, their power was completely unleashed. The thing in the Valley of No Return was blasted back. The Valley of No Return was gradually sealed. The 8 trigrams black tortoise said, "Give me the extreme aura. I will condense and form a seal." The 8 trigrams black tortoise kept spinning, absorbing the power of the other extreme weapons. Once again, it formed a seal, temporarily replacing the half of the stone tablet that had disappeared. The Valley of No Return gradually calmed down. The 8 trigrams black tortoise heaved a sigh of relief. Great, at least that thing didn't come out. This time, the 3 extreme grade weapons had consumed too much power. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian, Murong Qingchen, and the others and said, "Thank you for taking action this time. Otherwise, the entire Burial Earth Star would have been in big trouble." What exactly was this? What was in the valley? Why was it so terrifying? The Crimson Dragon frowned and asked. Lin Xian and the others were also curious. The Valley of No Return was like Mount Eternal. There was a mortal supremacy in it. Another mortal supremacy. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that every forbidden land of death had a mortal supremacy? Was it the power of a mortal supremacy that turned that place into a forbidden land? No one else could enter. Yan Ruyu and the others were also puzzled. What exactly was a mortal supremacy? Was it very powerful? How was it compared to a boundary emperor? How was it compared to a great emperor? The Aquarius of life shook its head. A mortal supremacy was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, no one knew what they would do after they came out. It was very likely that people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, they couldn't let them come out for the time being, at least not now. Bai Susu and the others were worried. What about Mount Eternal? Mount Eternal had already come out. The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams said that the mortal supremacy of Mount Eternal wouldn't come out for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the 10 great emissaries. Therefore, there was still time. All right, little guy, you don't have to worry about these things first. We will think of a way to deal with it. Then he looked at Lin Xian. You don't have any bottlenecks anymore. Then you should search for power as soon as possible and strive to become a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. We have to go back. The extreme path world will also be sealed. However, if you want to find us, you can come to the Nether Sky continent. Use this to pass on my message. With that, the Black Tortoise 8 trigrams gave Lin Xian an 8 trigrams rune to pass on the message. Lin Xian took it and nodded. She said, I understand. Then he returned with Morong Qingcheng and the others. On the other side, the 3 extreme weapons also heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. They were ready to return to the extreme path world. The extreme path world was usually in a sealed state. It would only be opened for a period of time during the dragon transformation battle. Next, they would have to undergo a long period of sealing. Of course, they weren't idle inside. They were all carefully preparing. When they returned to the extreme path world, they were stunned because they found that a figure was directly rushing into the extreme path world. Who was it? Who was going to enter the extreme path world at this time? Stop! The destructive spear snorted coldly, and a destructive aura rushed over. No matter who it was, he would be killed without mercy if he dared to enter the extreme path world without permission. Chapter 5440. An extremely terrifying destructive slash came down, and the figure in front stopped abruptly. In the next moment, there was a roar, and endless light bloomed from his body. Then, a huge iron rod flew over and collided with the destructive aura. With a boom, a terrifying light exploded between heaven and earth, and the figure was pushed back. However, the destructive spear was surprised. He didn't die. It seemed that the person who came was not ordinary, and that weapon was also extremely extraordinary. He was furious, and the destructive aura on his body erupted again. However, the Black Tortoise 8 trigram stopped him from attacking. He looked in front of him in shock. Could it be him? The treasured bottle of life also frowned. That iron rod, could it be? He gasped. This time, the destructive spear also saw it clearly. In front of him was a monkey holding a huge iron rod, and he was staring at the sky angrily. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? What are you doing here? The Black Tortoise 8 trigrams asked. The dragon transformation battle had already ended. Sun Qitian shouted coldly. What dragon transformation battle? I'm not interested. I came here because I felt that there was a force that was calling me. It should be him. The treasured bottle of life was also surprised. The destructive spear nodded. I didn't expect him to come. Bring him in. The 3 extreme weapons shone brightly, and they directly shrouded the monkey below. Then they brought him into the extreme path world. In the next moment, the extreme path world slowly sealed and disappeared. When he appeared again, Sun Qitian roared crazily. Damn it, you dare to seal me? He was really angry. I'm not afraid of you. He could feel that these 3 extreme weapons were extremely terrifying, but he wasn't afraid of them. Don't worry, little monkey, we have no ill intentions towards you. Didn't you feel a force calling you? We'll bring you there now. As they spoke, they quickly flew in the extreme path world. In an instant, they arrived at the Monkey Mountain. Go. Sun Qitian was stunned this time. because he found that there was indeed a familiar force in the Monkey Mountain. It was calling him. He nodded and descended. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 extreme grade weapons. Now that he had come, he had fulfilled one of his wishes. Let's go. The 3 extreme weapons disappeared into the void. Below, Monkey 3 had an endless supply of spirit monkeys. When they sensed that someone had landed, they also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Many people rushed out. Among them were Ling Yu and the others. Ling Yu shouted, "Who dares to come to our Monkey Mountain and behave atrociously? It's me, old Sun." Sun Qiqian also landed on the ground. He was just too surprised. He was surrounded by spirit monkeys. Ling Yu and the others were also shocked when they saw that it was actually a monkey. However, this monkey was different from them. Its bloodline was extremely terrifying. They couldn't help but want to kneel and worship him. What kind of soul is this? Your bloodline really shocked them. Some of the older spirit foxes from the Monkey Mountain also walked out. These were the elders of the Spirit Monkey clan, who had fought with the Hell Demon statue. These elders were out on a mission, so they were not present. At this moment, they had all returned. When they saw Sun Qiqian, they were also shocked. They continued to worship him, because this bloodline caused them to feel extremely excited. This was the king of the monkeys. The other spirit monkeys were stunned as well. They looked at each other as if they were looking at gods. Sun Qiqian also retracted the energy in his body. He said, "I came here with no evil intentions. I sensed a summoning force. That's why I came here." The summoning force, could it be? One of the elders' pupils shrank. "Monkey King, please follow me." He brought Sun Qiqian to the Slanted Moon Cave. When they arrived, Sun Qiqian was so excited that his body started to tremble. This was because he sensed that the force was getting stronger. What you want might be inside. Sun Qiqian walked into the Slanted Moon Cave. The surrounding spirit monkeys were waiting outside. When Sun Qiqian entered the Slanted Moon Cave, he sensed a terrifying force. The iron rod in his hand shone brightly and shrouded him. As he walked, he finally saw a towering tree in front of him. It was a Bodhi tree. Under the Bodhi tree, there was a stone with its back facing him. When he sensed the stone monkey, Sun Qiqian's body started to tremble again. His eyes were red. He came in front of the stone monkey. With tears in his eyes, he slowly knelt down. "Father." On the other side, Lin Xian and the others returned to the Holy Abyss ancient city. They returned to the Divine Union. After returning, Lin Xian had a good rest. Now that he was no longer in danger, his nerves were relaxed. In the remaining time, he would recuperate and restore his body to its peak. At the same time, he had to nurture the divine flame seed in his body. However, if he wanted the divine flame seed to grow, he needed power. Moreover, he needed an endless amount of power. If he wanted to become a quasi-emperor, he would need to consume too much power. Given the power of Lin Xian's sword world, it was not enough. Moreover, he needed to nurture the spiritual herbs in the Four-Spirit Valley. He also had to restore the sword world. More importantly, he had to use the power inside to activate the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword soul at any time. Therefore, if he could not use these powers, he would need other powers. Fortunately, the Divine Union was also a top-notch sect that was not weaker than the remote antiquity families. Lin Xian could use the resources in the Divine Union at will. He had asked Bai Susu to gather enough resources for him to absorb. However, he realized that the divine flame seed did not grow much. In fact, it was very slow, and there were no changes. This gave Lin Xian a headache. Although he had become a quasi-emperor, he was not calm. However, he had consumed too much power. Even if he used the power of the entire Divine Union, it would not be enough. Lin Xian found Morong Qingcheng, Yenryu, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, Bai Susu, and the others. They had a discussion. They were also very curious. What kind of opportunity had Lin Xian obtained? Tell them quickly. Lin Xian said, I obtained a seed, the divine flame seed. It will allow me to break through to the quasi-emperor without any bottlenecks. Morong Qingcheng and the others were stunned when they heard this. One had to know that Morong Qingcheng had been with the Phoenix race all these years. He had seen many experts of the Phoenix race, including his master, the old Phoenix. However, these people were all peak great sages and could not take that crucial step. This was because there was a bottleneck that blocked them like a moat. No matter how hard they tried, they could not take that step. This was a power that made countless experts despair. It was too difficult to cross the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor. Even the tomb keeper of the dragon monarch, Lord Long Mu, had only taken one step. He had not completely become a quasi-emperor. As for the other quasi-emperors, they were all super experts that could shake the world. Perhaps they had great opportunities or talents that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. They were very rare. However, Lin Xian did not have a bottleneck now. As long as he had enough power, he could become a quasi-emperor. If this spread, it would probably shock the entire universe. Chapter 54-41. The Crimson Dragon and the others were incomparably envious. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. Actually, the price was also very high. For example, if I want to break through now, I will need to consume a lot of energy. After saying that, he looked at Bai Susu. The resources you gave me before were not enough. Bai Susu rolled her eyes after hearing that. That little? Heavens, I gave you a lot, okay? Why do I feel like you are a bottomless pit? He shook his head and said, Yen Ruyu asked, what do you plan to do next? After all, Lin Xian did not have any bottlenecks now. He did not need to comprehend the supreme, heavenly Tao. He could break through to become a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he only needed to collect resources. Lin Xian said that he naturally needed energy. The more energy, the better. Big Brother Xian, do you have a target? We can all help you. That's right, kid. Where are you going to explore? Toad and the others asked. Bai Susu said, Buried Emperor's Star. A lot of resources have been taken by the various large clans and sections. Therefore, I feel that we should go to other worlds to take a look. Maybe we can attack more worlds. Next, alluring Toad, and the others expressed their thoughts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. Then he shook his head. No, you are all too slow. Slow? Bai Susu rolled her eyes. I've already told you everything as fast as I can. After attacking those worlds, you can absorb the resources in those worlds. You actually think it is slow. As she said that, she held her forehead with her palm and sighed. Then, there is only one way. You can go and steal from the Emperor clan. She just said that casually. The Crimson Dragon and the others did not take it seriously. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He sat up straight, and a smile appeared on his face. Susu, that's a good idea. It is the Emperor clan. What? Bai Susu almost fainted after hearing that. Lin Xian, I was just saying it casually. You really want to attack the Emperor clan? The Emperor clan has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has an Emperor weapon. If they were really desperate, the other party might even awaken their extreme weapons. How were they supposed to fight then? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Damn, kid, you're playing too big. The Toad was delighted. He said, I support you. Which great Emperor clan do you want to attack? Move aside. Yenryu and Morong Qingcheng also tried to persuade him. However, Lin Xian said, Don't you think that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is too arrogant? It's always them who come to attack me. Besides, Wan Longchao and I are already mortal enemies. They won't let me off either. Since that was the case, why couldn't they target them? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Ryu sucked in a cold breath. You really want to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Lin Xian shook his head. No, not the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, but the Dragon Emperor tomb. The tomb of the great emperor. Murong Qingcheng was shocked, and so were the others. They didn't expect that not only did Lin Xian have designs on the Emperor clan, he even had designs on the great emperor. This was too crazy. Lin Xian had his own thoughts. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was indeed despicable. They were mortal enemies, and he had killed the Dragon Prince. Moreover, he had offended the Dragon Emperor 90,000 years ago. Since he had already offended him, he might as well go all out and attack the other party's tomb. A great emperor's tomb was definitely filled with countless treasures. If Lin Xian could attack it, then he would be able to obtain a huge amount of power. Next, he could evolve his divine flame seed. Lin Xian made a decision. Let's do it. Next, we'll attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Murong Qingcheng and the others were going crazy. They persuaded him that it was too dangerous. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He was firm in his thoughts. A few days later, the Crimson Dragon and the others had no choice but to agree. Murong Qingcheng said, "Okay, Brother Xian, I support you. I'll go with you." Yan Ryu also nodded. The tomb of the great emperor? I'm really looking forward to it. Count me in. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. The two of you have to go. Moreover, you have to bring extreme weapons. Lin Xian only had half an extreme weapon in his hands. He couldn't win at all. Therefore, this time, he had to find more people. As for the benefits, they could take whatever they wanted from the tomb. This matter can't be rushed. We have to plan carefully. Bai Susu also said that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had many allies. If they really fought, the other party could also call for many extreme weapons. Yan Ryu said, that's not necessarily true. If we have an absolute advantage, the other families and sects might not really help. After all, if we open the tomb, they can also enter and get a share of the loot. Therefore, as long as we are tough, those people might just wait and see. Lin Xian nodded. Ryu is right. I think that's also possible. How about this? Contact the Yi family and ask if they want to join forces. Also, gather the strength of the divine union. As for the others, don't tell them for now. We have to launch a thunderous attack. We'll catch them off guard. Okay, I got it. I'll go now. Bai Susu nodded. She and the Crimson Dragon went to gather the allies of the divine union. Yan Ryu was in charge of gathering the strength. As for Murong Qingcheng, he went to the Yi family to discuss with them. At the same time, they sent people to gather information about the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and the other families and sections. They were waiting for the right time. Lin Xian was in charge of the Divine Union. At the same time, he went out from time to time to attract the attention of the world. This way, it would be easier for the others to act. Lin Xian hadn't been seriously injured before and had adjusted his condition. Therefore, he strolled around St. Origin Ancient City when he had nothing to do. Countless geniuses gathered in the ancient city. When they saw Lin Xian, they were shocked. Look, it's Lin Wudi. He's a godlike figure. It's said that he was the champion of the Dragon Transformation Trial. Not only that, but do you know about the previous battle? When Lin Wudi came out of the extreme Dao realm, he was besieged. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Purple Mansion, the Golden Crow tribe, and Mount Eternal had all sent experts to kill him. That was an earth-shattering battle. In the last few years, the extreme Dao weapons had appeared. However, in the end, Lin Wudi came back alive. It was said that all the people sent by the Golden Crow tribe had died. Only one of the 10 envoys from Mount Eternal was left. The Purple Mansion and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also in a miserable state. The Purple Mansion's double champion, Xiaoying, was dead. Yao Guang was seriously injured. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was even worse. It was said that one of their ancestors was seriously injured. They had almost died. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. Actually, it wasn't just the ancient city. The entire Burial Earthstar knew about this. Of course, Lin Xian had asked the Divine Union to release this news. He wanted to slap these people in the face. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate the world. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of offending him. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.